To be missed.
She was among a crowd holding up Police Lives Matter signs in Fox Lake.
Family, friends, and an entire community are grieving this morning for fallen police officer Joe Glenowitz, who was shot and killed on the job yesterday. Just before Lieutenant Glenowitz lost control over radio, he reported he was involved in a foot pursuit with 3 suspects.
Fox's Matt Finn says 2 are white, 1's black. Police are urging people to stay indoors. Several schools in the area will be closed today. The family of the woman believed murdered by an illegal immigrant who'd been deported 5 times is going to court.
We're doing this to get justice for Kate.
Jim Steinley's filed 3 lawsuits.
One against the San Francisco sheriff, another against ICE, that's Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, and the third against the Bureau of Land Management. Now, the family claims that each of those agencies played a part in her murder. The 32-year-old was shot and killed 2 months ago by an illegal immigrant while walking with her father on a pier in San Francisco.
That's Fox's Christian Fisher. Europe keeps dealing with a record influx of migrants, and there's chaos again today at a crowded train station in Hungary. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Day for a second day. Hundreds of migrants protesting outside a station in Budapest after being blocked from catching trains to other parts of the European Union to claim asylum. Meanwhile, in France, the rail line to England temporarily shut down after migrants climbed onto the tracks. And in Greece, ships carrying about 4,000 migrants arriving near Athens. Many are refugees from Syria. European leaders disagree on what to do. Dave.
Simon, President Obama gets more support for the Iran nuclear deal. 2 more Senate Democrats make it 33. He's one shy of having enough to sustain a veto should Congress vote to try to block the deal. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly clear skies, very sticky this morning. Hot and humid for this time of morning. 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Authorities continue to scour northern Illinois, and they did so overnight as well in the search for 3 fugitives wanted in the fatal shooting of a Chicago area police officer. Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesman Sergeant Christopher Covelli says helicopters flew sorties overnight. About 100 officers searched in and around Fox Lake for suspects in Tuesday morning's shooting of Lieutenant Charles Joseph Glenowitz.
We have the aggressive search to apprehend the offenders that are at large. We have the evidence processing at the scene, and we have the investigation into exactly what occurred here today.
Authorities say the 52-year-old Joseph Glenowitz radioed to tell dispatchers he was chasing 3 men on foot in Fox Lake. Police say the suspects are 2 white men and 1 black man. Covelli says communication with Glenowitz was lost soon after that foot chase began. The 30-year veteran was married with 4 children. And Fox Lake Mayor and good friend Donnie Schmidt says it has been a sad day for Fox Lake.
Not only did Fox Lake lose a family member, I lost a very dear friend. Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz was a 30-year veteran, a decorated police officer, a family man, and a dear friend to the entire village of Fox Lake.
Schools in Fox Lake are closed today as law enforcement continues their search of suspects who shot and killed that officer. Officials say those include Grant High School District 124 and Fox Lake Grade School District 114. In other news this morning, the number of people who have died of Legionnaire's disease at a Quincy Veterans Home is now 7. State Health Department says 32 other residents of the Illinois Veterans Home at Quincy have become sickened with this severe form of pneumonia. Suspect is in custody after a brutal attack and sexual assault on a woman in Willowbrook. Police say the person was brought into custody in South Bend, Indiana yesterday and was being questioned by investigators overnight. A federal judge decided Tuesday not to hold the state of Illinois in contempt for failing to obey her order to pay for care of the disabled. Attorneys for the Rauner administration told the judge they were working to satisfy a federal consent decree by processing payments to agencies that provide care as quickly as possible. Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati. Your final 5-4, Kyle Schwarber with the go-ahead 2-run home run in the 7th inning. Minnesota beat the White Sox 8-6. A couple of White Sox errors aided a go-ahead rally in the 8th. This update is a service of Think It Up. And at 5:04, a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't agree with the everyone gets a trophy culture.
This is another example of the cultural left coming up with a moronic idea because they believe in change. And, of course, self-esteem and feelings. How much would you be willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents who support giving every kid a medal or trophy are Democrats, and the overwhelming majority of those who oppose it are Republicans?
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you can potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
5:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Stevenson Expressway outbound traffic is stop and go from LaGrange Road to the Tri-State. Overnight roadworks a little late in clearing there, so you're looking about a 7-minute delay. The inbound side of the Stevenson looks good. Other overnight roadwork is mostly gone, including the work affecting the Eisenhower at Burns Circle. South side, Michigan Avenue is closed at 107th due to a multi-vehicle crash. It's blocked 107th to 111th. Ingleside and Fox Lake, Devlin, Rollins, and St. Nick all reopen as that ongoing police investigation continues. Traffic is a service of Mattress Firm. It's Mattress Firm's huge Labor Day sale. Don't miss their biggest sale of the year where all mattresses are on sale. Plus, now through Monday, get their best financing offer of 0% APR for 72 months. Only at Mattress Firm. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1985. Let's get the very latest this morning with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Hot day with partial sunshine, high 90, partly cloudy and humid tonight with a late night shower or thunderstorm around with a low 70. Partly sunny with a shower or thunderstorm around tomorrow, high 87, then partly cloudy and humid at night, low 68. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
79 at O'Hare and along the lakefront. It is a sticky 80 degrees at Midway. And your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In what has already been an especially perilous year for law enforcement, the shooting death of a police officer in Illinois today touched off a massive manhunt in the air and on the ground.
They're being described as 2 male whites and 1 male black. We have the evidence processing at the scene, and we have the investigation into exactly what occurred here today.
So do you stand by that act of love statement?
What I stand by is the fact that we need to secure our border.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. A bit of a somber morning because, of course, of what happened in Fox Lake yesterday. And so we remember, and we have the latest on the murder of police officer G.I. Joe, as he was known in Lake County.
Yeah, it's a small community, and he worked there for 32 years. and was 1 month away from retiring.
Joseph Glinowitz is his actual name. G.I. Joe is just how he was known locally. And, of course, you live in a small town, 10,000 people, as you say. Then you get to know your police officers, your firefighters, your community leaders. These are people who obviously live next door or go to the same picnics and community events. And so it's a tight-knit community, and you see that in the reaction so far. Start with the part of the report that was filed by Derek Blakely on CBS yesterday.
I am told the lieutenant initially wanted to retire at the end of August. That would have been last Friday. But instead, he was persuaded to stay. The search was on when we arrived. Many of the men with guns drawn knew 52-year-old Lieutenant Glinowitz. He was known the community over.
He was a lot of everything to everybody. Everybody just was safe around Joe.
I found out that it was obviously Joe Glinowitz, and my heart just dropped.
Zachary learned from the lieutenant in the Explorer program.
Where's the door at?
Here, he's seen training kids on how to confront a bad guy.
He meant something to his community. He made it a better place. He felt comfortable.
It hits home in the hardest way.
Friend Steve Washburn came to the police department with a sign, "Police Lives Matter." Last saw him, like many, at the recent county fair.
Just doing his job and being G.I. Joe, and that's what everybody called him.
So I can't help but think, 2 days ago in Houston, a police officer shot because he was wearing a uniform. I can't help but think that that's what has happened here. A copycat crime, perhaps, because there's such a lack of respect for police officers, especially when people gather in Minnesota and say things like
Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon. Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon.
I think it's difficult to make that case out here based on very little we know.
Well, what we know is he pulled over. He got out. He was having a foot. Can I explain this or no? He was walking. He got out of his vehicle and he was pursuing 3 suspects on foot, and he called in for backup. And then the backup arrived, and he had been shot, and he had been stripped of his weapon and his belt and his pepper spray. And he was fatally gunned down, and all we know is that it is 2 white males and 1 African-American male.
Residents in here knew him as G.I. Joe.
Shots were fired. Officer is down.
Yeah, and so that is markedly different than Houston. 2 white, 1 black. He's pursuing 3 suspects, apparently suspicious activity. We don't know the details. That's what's strange about this so far. Obviously, there's evidence text at the scene. There's an investigation going on in terms of what exactly he was responding to, what exactly he was investigating. But it's one thing if somebody comes up and executes a police officer at a gas station. It's another thing when there is potentially, maybe there was criminal activity that these 3 suspects were engaged in. The officer Glinowitz happened upon them, and then what happened. So we just don't know, but it is odd. We don't know that what he was responding to at
and
this
where
point.
they are. I mean, we have state, local, and federal officers. Everybody is up in Fox Lake and the surrounding area, Satan Road and Route 12 where it happened, and all the schools are on lockdown still this morning. Not on lockdown, they're canceled school this morning for Fox Lake grade schools, Grant High School. All those schools are closed because of fear that they'll strike again or that they'll run into an elementary school or a high school and take someone hostage.
Yeah, well, so this is one of those things, too. I know we have this culture now where police are under siege, and there's certainly part of that. There's active groups, you just referenced them, Black Lives Matter, being near the top of the list that don't seem to have much respect for law enforcement. But then there's just stories like this, potentially, don't know, but it seems that way, that you are just reminders of the danger attendant to the job of being a police officer, that by nature of being a police officer, you're going to happen upon and have to deal with bad people. And unfortunately, Lieutenant Glinowitz, G.I. Joe, up in Fox Lake, happened upon, it appears, 3 bad people.
Yeah, in 2014, 15 police officers were ambushed. So there's, a perilous year for law enforcement, that's for sure. As opposed to in 2013, there were only 5 police officers who were ambushed. So why the jump in numbers? What do you think's going on where there's such a lack of respect, and who's responsible for it? Or is it just society? Have we evolved into this? I mean, this morning in Houston where that police officer was shot, somebody put graffiti on a wall of an emoji of a police officer with a gun to his head.
Yeah, you're always going to have the ignorant, but there is the ignorant are not the problem. It's when the ignorant rise to high levels of elective office, it becomes a problem. Our friend from Milwaukee, Sheriff David Clark, made this point with respect to Obama's silence, virtual silence, other than the perfunctory, saddened by the loss statement with respect to that Houston deputy sheriff. Putting the government, putting civil society on the other side of the line against police. We saw it in Baltimore. We saw it to some extent to a large extent in Ferguson. We've seen it in these other instances of unrest where public officials walk away from police officers. That sends a message. That is disquieting, and it does have implications. Now, in addition to that, for additional context, let's also remember that in 35 urban centers throughout this country, you have a spike in murders this year. So comparing year over year, I wonder how the two are connected. One, police don't feel backed up by local officials, so police are perhaps less aggressive in interdicting crime. In addition to that, you have public officials that are less interested in interdicting violent crime because they're so beset with Black Lives Matter agitators and others. They're focused on being politically correct rather than keeping the public safe.
Yeah, and it's, this morning police are going door to door looking for these 3 suspects. They're believed to be armed and dangerous. And here's the mayor of Fox Lake, Donnie Schmidt, who is very, very good friends with G.I. Joe.
Tonight, not only did Fox Lake lose a family member, I lost a very dear friend.
And it's hard for everyone because they're grieving, yet they're scared. And they don't know if these 3 suspects are still in the community. Maybe they fled north to Wisconsin. So you have people in Wisconsin being concerned. Or did they go into the city to hide? Because it's really easy, I think, to hide in the city of Chicago.
Well, I mean, it feels like in terms of the amount of law enforcement resources that are now devoted to this, appropriately so, it feels a little bit like that New York prison break. Like these guys are going to be on the run.
And they're going grid to grid. Every inch is being covered.
Yeah, everybody's looking for them. I mean, ultimately, they're going to be captured or taken down, depending on how they decide to engage law enforcement once again.
But the difference is we don't have a picture of them. With the prison break, we knew who they were looking for. And in this case, we don't. And it was such a rural area that there's no surveillance anywhere. And he didn't have on a body camera. So we don't know at all what these guys look like. What we do hope is that a snitch comes forward, one of their family members comes forward, somebody who knows who these guys are, because eventually they're going to talk. Eventually they're going to need help.
Well, the other thing that's interesting about it, though, is that they know, or believe they know, 3 suspects, 2 white, 1 black. So that means somebody saw something. Now, we don't have the full the information because, of course, police are always going to hold back the full information. They're going to divulge what they think is important for the public to know so the public can help, and then they're going to hold back what they think is important for only them to know. So be certain that the police at this point know more than we do. But we're going to talk to the Grand Township supervisor at 6:35. Grand Township covers Fox Lake, so she may have more details for us, and we'll obviously continue to update the story as details become available.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
This morning, some fog once again, but by this afternoon, partly sunny and warm, a high of 90 degrees. Tonight, a shower or thunderstorm rolling through here, and tomorrow, sunshine, warm, a shower or thunderstorm, a high of 87. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. Outbound Stevenson, a little heavy still. Willow Springs Road to the Tri-State overnight road work is now clearing. You're looking at a 2 or 3 minute delay. The inbound Stevenson is fine. Still good on the other expressways and tollways. No delays. South side, Michigan Avenue is closed between 107th and 111th after a collision which happened earlier this morning. And again, Satan, Rollins, Devlin, and Fox Lake and Ingleside, they have reopened. But again, allow plenty of room for law enforcement in that area, please. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Opportunity Project, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are and how can those conditions be improved. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. Today there'll be a long interview I did with Vicente Serrano from Sin Censura Radio about immigration. Very spirited. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summerman. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Super fly.
Wow. Amy, did you watch the WWF, World Wrestling Federation, growing up?
I did. I was one of the few chicks in my high school who liked the WWE.
Your favorite wrestler?
And WWF. Well, WWE or WWF?
No, back in the good old days, the WWF, not the E.
Well,
the WWF. I mean, let me guess who it was.
Randy Macho Savage.
What, Macho Man Savage? Was it really?
Really liked him, but Hulk
May he
Hogan,
rest in peace.
on.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan?
Oh,
yeah, you're a Hulkamaniac?
Oh, yeah. I spent 4 hours with him.
What you gonna do when Hulkamania runs wild on you?
You know, he cried. He cried with me for a few hours when I worked over down the dial there at WLS, and I was doing traffic, and he sat with me for 4 hours and told me his whole life story and was crying.
Oh, what?
Because he was on the Rokon show, and then he came into my traffic office, and he stayed for a really long time.
Steroids will do strange things to you.
He's very emotional.
Yeah.
Very emotional guy. I'll give you that much. But he's got a big heart.
I was going to guess Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
No.
Who had a running feud with Hulk Hogan. Remember a famous cage match between the two. But Mr. Wonderful was also tag team partners for a time with one of my favorite wrestlers until I learned this yesterday. And I really didn't know the backstory. It was kind of surprising. Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Yeah.
Remember Superfly?
I just heard his intro song. Snuka.
Yeah.
Can we play that again? It was so chilling.
Superfly. There, we don't need to play it again after that impersonation. And so Superfly, he was, remember like when the Roddy Piper feuds where he hit Roddy Piper in the back of the head with a coconut? I mean,
that was when it was real and raw.
That was quality entertainment.
That was not staged at all.
No, not unscripted. And it was like the improv. But here's the sad and disturbing part of Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Did he die?
No, he got charged with the 1983 murder of his girlfriend.
Oh, so he killed somebody.
Apparently, 1983, his girlfriend Nancy Argentino of Brooklyn was found dead in a hotel room, and she was beaten up pretty good. Snuka was arrested 4 months before her murder for dragging her by her hair down the hallway of an upstate New York hotel. So that's
and
not
she
a
still
good
didn't leave
indicator.
him after that.
Well, not a good indicator. Yesterday, he's charged with third-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. I don't know what new evidence they have, but apparently Snuka addressed this and, the belief that he was the responsible party in his autobiography, which I did not read, but suggesting, coming up with some kind of a cockamamie excuse. He called police after he found her, and he was with two wrestlers when they happened upon her, and all of this. The family of his deceased girlfriend, Nancy Argentino, always believed he did it, and now his sister is feeling like justice delayed, but not justice denied. But
Has he been taken into custody and officially charged?
Yes, and Snuka's background includes, and he talks about this in that book, Superfly, the Jimmy Snuka story. Not a good stocking stuffer, but he talks about his hard drinking, drug use, not exclusive to steroids, and womanizing. He was, I think he was married and a father of four at the time he had this Nancy Argentino as his girlfriend, who he apparently and now allegedly murdered.
So he's 72 years old right now, finally arrested for a murder that took place in 1983. He's suffering from stomach cancer.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long he's going to be in the clank before he goes to meet his maker.
And his daughter, Tamina Snuka, is a WWE wrestler today, because it's been expanded to women. It's gone beyond the gorgeous ladies of wrestling, Glow.
Does she
which
look
I
like
used
her
to watch.
dad?
She's much more attractive than her father, thank goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of disturbing story from the days of WWE. One of my other favorites was a local.
Oh, Steve Stone Cold Austin?
No, that's all new.
That's new.
That's
Okay.
nouveau. Go back to
The old school?
the halcyon days of the WWF, when Snuka was teamed with didn't he team with Greg Gagne for a while? Where they were off wasn't he Mike Scott? Mike Scott is looking at me with a quizzical look. Wasn't he with Greg Gagne for a while too? The two that would go off the top rope. That was
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, did they invent that when you fly off the top rope
Yeah.
onto your opponent?
Oh, yeah, that was.
Did he ever use a chair?
That's
or
the name Superflow. No, coconuts.
Coconuts.
He was,
Just always
that
coconuts.
was his
Sort of Polynesian,
Yes.
South Pacific-ish.
right, because he's from Fiji.
Fiji, right.
So that's a great thing about wrestling. They embrace stereotypes.
They really do.
But the other one, Randy Macho Man Savage's
Yeah.
brother, I believe, or it was a relative, maybe it was a cousin, Leaping Lanny Poffo from Downers Grove.
Yes.
Oh,
The
I didn't
poet
know
laureate
that.
of
Yes.
the WWF. Remember, he would throw Frisbees into the audience, and he would recite a poem before he would go into the ring and get his butt kicked because he weighed about 150 pounds.
I was an Orndorff fan, so I go way back, even almost before the WWF.
Sure, Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, Mr. Wonderful. All right, and Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Mr. Not So Wonderful.
And now I'm an old broken down piece of meat, and I'm alone. And I deserve to be all alone. I just don't want you to hate me.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry MyPillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
To get your 2 MyPillows for the price of one, call 800-489-0201 and please use the promo code Amy. Or you can go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Amy. That's 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Either way, don't forget the promo code AMY.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace?
They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished, tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Good Neighbor pharmacy.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Jeb ratchets it up against Trump at 5:35.
And yet there's another Planned Parenthood video. We'll get to that as well. But first, let's go back into the newsroom with the latest on the manhunt for those gunmen. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 78 degrees, helicopters, dogs, police, federal officers armed with rifles and high technology. They're searching for 3 men. The shooting of a Fox Lake police officer. That massive manhunt went on overnight, but has residents cheering on the searchers to find the killers of Lieutenant Joseph Glinowitz, known in the neighborhood as G.I. Joe.
This particular officer is a pillar in our community, and definitely going to be missed and just touched many lives. So I'm out here supporting law enforcement. All police lives matter.
Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesman Sergeant Chris Covelli says helicopters did fly overnight. About 100 officers continued the search. Covelli says communication with Glinowitz was lost shortly after he began a foot chase of 3 suspects, 2 white men and 1 black man. Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt says Tuesday was a sad day for the entire Fox Lake community.
Not only did Fox Lake lose a family member, I lost a very dear friend. Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz was a 30-year veteran, a decorated police officer, a family man, and a dear friend to the entire village of Fox Lake.
Schools in Fox Lake are closed today as law enforcement continues that search, including Grant High School District 124 and Fox Lake Grade School District 114. Today's not going well for traders and investors in Asia. Major sell-off underway there. Investors concerned about poor manufacturing data in the region. In New York, there was also a rush to sell off stocks yesterday. French investigators say now 8 have died in an apartment fire in Paris. 2 of them are children. A widening crisis involving immigrants in Europe intensifies today. Hundreds of migrants stranded outside Budapest's main international train station chanted and were defiant as Hungarian police blocked the migrants, mostly Syrians, who've been arriving from Serbia for a second day. President Obama now in the Senate, 1 vote shy of being able to declare success in the Iran nuclear deal after Democrats Bob Casey of Pennsylvania and Chris Coons of Delaware now say they're backing the deal. New York judge has reiterated he'll rule by Friday whether the Patriots quarterback Tom Brady must serve his 4-game Deflategate suspension. There is a court hearing we're monitoring today in Baltimore in connection with the 6 police officers who have been criminally charged in the death of Freddie Gray, that black man who died a week after suffering a critical spinal injury. Among the issues argued today, should the officers be tried together or separately, and if that case should be dismissed. The number of people who have died of Legionnaire's disease at a Quincy Veterans Home is now 7. 39 are sickened with the severe form of pneumonia. Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati 5-4. Minnesota over the White Sox 8-6. The news, a service of Boys and Girls Clubs of America. It's 3 p.m. and school's out for America's kids. And when school's out, clubs are in. Time to support the Boys and Girls Clubs. Visit greatfutures.org. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show, Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or galaxyhome.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I have a very mild version of MS. I couldn't afford the medication from the doctor's office, and I thought, let's try to fight this a little different way. Since I've been on it, I've only had 1 episode.
So as soon as I got it, I took some. I normally take it in the morning, so just with that period of time, I'm definitely seeing improvement again. Really amazing. So I'm probably going to get my daughter on it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
536 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center with the very latest this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Bishop Ford Freeway, we're seeing a little bit of a delay now. Cottage Grove to the Ryan, about a 1 or 2 minute delay. Inbound Ryan, traffic is bunching up just a bit approaching downtown Chicago. The other expressways and tollways for now are looking good. Southside Michigan Avenue is closed between 107th and 111th after an overnight collision involving a car and a bus. In Fox Lake and Ingleside, Rollins, Devlin, Satan, these roads have reopened, but if you're in that area, really throughout the Chicago area, keep in mind that there is an ongoing police investigation, law enforcement investigation, so allow plenty of room for those officers and searchers. Traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. The updated forecast has areas of morning fog burning off and leaving us with partly sunny and hot conditions. High of 90, very warm and humid today. 70 overnight with a thunderstorm expected, and 87 tomorrow. 79 at O'Hare, 77 in Aurora. Your water temp is 70 in Lake Michigan. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Joe Walsh here. I had the opportunity to meet Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz. Tonight we honor and remember G.I. Joe. Freedom mourns with Blue at 5.
Dan and Amy, Jeb and Trump. Jeb trying to go on offense a little bit against Donald Trump. You know, it's been interesting to see how various candidates' strategies with respect to Trump have changed over the course of the summer. There was many candidates who were trying to just kind of ignore him, dismiss him with pleasantries, focus on what they had to say. But then it has become clear that you cannot ignore the sideshow.
Well, because you said earlier that they're not responding to the issues, they're responding to Donald Trump. And Marco Rubio has stayed away. You know, he said that from the outset that he's not going to get involved. And I think pretty much he's been true to his word. But now Jeb's getting involved, and it's not a good look on Jeb.
Well,
to fight the Donald.
Well, also, too, I mean, Donald draws you into the fray, right? I mean, so you can only take so much punishment and criticism from Trump before you respond, because what's one of the things that the Republican primary voters want to see from their eventual nominee?
They want to see fight in grit,
exactly,
and anger.
And so if you're just going to be another pincushion, like it's perceived Boehner and McConnell are by many Republicans, then we're not terribly interested in you. So Trump has been launching on Jeb for a while. It's an example of what Victor Davis Hanson talked about in the piece that I referenced yesterday in National Review Online, which is really good, one of the appeals of Trump is he basically says, look, I know all these people. They undeservedly demand deference, and they're even worse than you think. I know them. I'm not part of them. I'm in that circle, but I'm different from them. And that has great appeal. So he launches on Jeb with a web video that focuses on Jeb's quote-unquote act of love statement with respect to immigration. And now Jeb has responded with a web video of his own, recounting some of Trump's interesting statements over the years. Now, some of these statements go back to the late 90s, but are they relevant?
I lived in New York City and Manhattan all my life, okay? So, my views are a little bit different than if I lived in Iowa.
Partial birth abortion.
I'm very pro-choice. I am pro-choice in every respect and as far as it goes.
As far as single payer, it works in Canada. It works incredibly well in Scotland.
But the fact is that 25% for high-income people, it should be raised substantially.
Who would you like representing the United States in a deal with Iran, with this regime there?
Well, I think Hillary would do a good job. Hillary Clinton, I think, is a terrific woman. I mean, I'm a little biased because I've known her for years. Yeah, I know her very well. She's very talented. And I live in New York. She lives in New York. And I've known her and her husband for years, and I really like them both a lot.
Do you identify more as a Democrat or a Republican?
Well, you'd be shocked if I said that in many cases I probably identify more as a Democrat.
Why are you a Republican?
I have no idea. I lived in New York City and Manhattan all my life, okay? So, my views are a little bit different than if I lived in Iowa.
Why am I a Republican? I have no idea. That was a fun one. I mean, many of these statements we know, but to put a compilation together, I think is useful. It will inform some. It will be dismissed by others. But it is interesting to know. Now, I said at the outset, many of these statements were made by Trump like in the late 90s when he was, a babe of, 51, 52 years old.
He was just coming into his
just a kid.
manhood.
Yeah.
But he was on with my good buddy Don Lemon last night, and he said, well, I'm from New York. We're all Democrats in New York. That's what he brushed it off as, because he said, why have you gone from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party? And that was his response to Dan.
Yeah.
Because I live in New York. It's just, it's geographic. That's the reason why.
And here's Jeb on with Martha McCallum on Fox News Channel yesterday morning explaining the ad.
Look, and the simple fact is, our ad simply uses his own language, his own words, to say that he is more a Democrat than a Republican, that he's for higher taxes rather than cutting taxes, that he believes in a single-payer system, that he's not only pro-choice but believes in partial birth abortion. Those are his words, not mine. I didn't exaggerate a single thing.
That is true. You may not like Jeb Bush, but what he just said is a true statement. The statements in those videos are statements that Donald Trump made. Text from 708, one of our big Trump fans. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Dan say that Trump was supposed to be gone by now? I did say that I thought he would fade by Labor Day, and he has not faded. But I think the more important question, 708 and other Trump supporters, is should he be fading?
That's 312-642-5600 is our number.
Vince in Elmwood Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, guys, great show. Two things. First of all, I really love Donald Trump and his gumption and the fact that he's shoving a 2x4 right up the political correctness keister, because that's what's really hurting this country.
Yeah.
And I hope at the end of the day, the other guys follow suit, because Trump's not going to get the nomination, and that's an exact reason why. And I congratulate Jeb Bush for reminding people about this chameleon. I mean, when it was John Kerry with flip-flopping and Mitt Romney flip-flopping, everybody commented on it, as they should. This guy flip-flops and then re-flip-flops and then re-flip-flops back. And I like Donald Trump, but I like him for different reasons. And I hope that the Republicans, when it all settles down, at least pick up this mantle. We're tired of watching what we say. So long as it's respectful and the truth, we're going to say it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Vince. Well said. Yourself, I agree with that, and I certainly agree with picking up some of what Trump is tapping into. The other interesting thing about this, too, some of the Trump allegiance, I mean, we as conservatives, we lampoon the idea of Barack Obama being the one. He's descended from on high to save us from ourselves, the cult of personality politics that the Democrats play. I ask again, what are some Trump supporters playing? I think Vince is making the distinction that I would make. And it's not to denigrate Trump supporters. As I've said many, many times, the frustration, the exasperation is real and it's understandable. But the cult of personality politics is a bit dangerous and I think deserves a reflection. Bush, Jeb, that is, also was pressed on his act of love comment that Trump has gone after, the idea that people come here illegally, that's an act of love.
Were you offended by that, or did you?
No, not really.
How did that rub you?
I think it isn't. I think for people who come to this country, even illegally, with their family in tow to make a better life for their family, of course that's an act of love. It doesn't make it okay, but it I think is a fair characterization for the people that come to this country for a better life and to contribute. And here's Jeb Bush responding to the attack that he's suffered at the hands of Trump on the comment.
So do you stand by that act of love statement?
What I stand by is the fact that we need to secure our border, and I have a comprehensive plan to do just that. I've talked to the governors on the border. I was a border governor because we have lots of immigration coming from the South. I've talked to local law enforcement officers and people, and I have a plan to be able to secure the border. That's what we ought to be focusing on, not grandiose language, not mischaracterizing people's views. That lad was just a complete mischaracterization of my thinking. It's almost as though Donald Trump is acting like a Washington politician. That's what they do. And
that's so disappointing. Why didn't he own up to it? Yeah, I mean, he can't take it back. It's out there. He said it.
Well, he's trying to pivot and talk about the fact that you can view it as an act of love, but also be for securing our border. And where is Jeb weak? It's not on the act of love side. It's on the perception that he's not interested in truly securing the border.
Yeah, and when did people start becoming, I'm a border governor? I'm just not a governor. I'm one of those border guys.
Well,
like that's supposed to give him some street cred. I was in Florida where people would come in. Yeah, from Cuba. Yeah, we get it. But to call yourself a border governor, I don't know.
Well, a border governor in Florida may be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
But the point is to say, and Rick Perry made this point too, it's a legitimate point. I dealt with these issues in real time on a day-to-day basis as a chief executive. That's a legitimate point to make. So I'm not surprised by Jeb's pivot, and I'm not surprised by the need for him to get a little bit more aggressive, to be a little bit more forceful on this issue and many others, because if he just kind of stands back and continues to take punishment, he's going to continue to feel that punishment in the polls.
Now, you watch Jimmy Kimmel?
From time
to time. Well, last night they had the best bit ever. I mean, you can hear it, but if you get a chance to watch it, because if Donald Trump can be the Republican frontrunner in the summer of 2015, there's no reason why Kanye West can't be the Democratic frontrunner in the summer of 2019. Take a listen to these two and see what you think.
I have decided in 2020 to run for president.
I am officially running for president of the United States.
I'm not no politician, bro.
How stupid are these politicians?
I just wanted people to like me more.
I think they like me in a certain way, which is nice. It's always nice to be liked.
You know how many times they announced Taylor was going to give me the award because it got them more ratings?
The only thing they care about is ratings.
Did he smoke some before he came out here?
I'm all for medical marijuana and help.
60,000 people boo me.
I get a standing ovation. Other people don't.
I will die for the art.
I will build the greatest wall.
Listen to the kids, bro.
Sit down.
But that, bro.
Sit down.
This is a new mentality.
I'm a very smart person.
We're not going to control our kids with brands.
Oreos, right? Oreos. I love Oreos. I'll never eat them again.
I have decided in 2020 to run for president.
Thank you, President Trump and future President Kanye West.
There's a big difference between Kanye West and Trump.
What?
Kanye West is a stone-ass idiot, and Donald Trump knows exactly what he's doing.
I apologize when I'm wrong, but I haven't been wrong.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If he does run for president, we'll know how much money Kanye West makes. This morning, areas of fog, otherwise partly sunny and hot, a high of 90 degrees. Tonight, a shower or thunderstorm rolls through here. And tomorrow, partly sunny, but we can't rule out a brief shower or thunderstorm, a high of 87. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. South side of Chicago, Michigan Avenue is closed between 107th and 111th after an early morning collision between a car and a bus. CTA buses are being rerouted there. The Edens and the Kennedy are still fine. Inbound Eisenhower, a little slow. Mannheim to First, 31 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Stevenson, slow First Avenue to Harlem, and then it's slow from Central to Kedzie. It's about 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 39, there's a crash at Harlem in the left lane. Those delays start around Central. The Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 21 minutes, 8094 to the Rhine. Tollways are fine. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hi, Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. I could talk to you all day about how I feel about Townstone's service, low closing costs, and great rates. But how about listening to one of our customers?
Hi, my name is Jim Maraff. Not only does Barry and Townstone give me the best rates possible, but Barry is also incredibly knowledgeable about the real estate market and the industry and the processes that are required to close on houses and on purchases. I put an offer in on a house, and we went in to do inspection. They found some mold in the basement. I called Barry up. He told me that the seller really needs to fix it beforehand. Otherwise, the lenders are not going to allow the closing to take place. So they wouldn't do it, and so I got out of the purchase, which would have been a nightmare had I not had that information up front from Barry.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Florida, licensee 6629, NMLS 136639, equal housing lender.
Merlin 200,000-mile shops are offering car owners 40 hints for money-saving motoring.
Hint number 4.
Worn-out tires can cost you a lot more than new tires.
It's true. In the long run, badly worn tires put stress on suspension parts,
which can lead to real expensive repairs.
Worn tires have poor traction.
That's why so many families are riding on Merlin 200,000-mile warranty tires.
What's your family riding on? Stop in at your local Merlin 200,000-mile shop for details and a free tire inspection today.
At Merlin, more life for you and your car.
If you've been making trails all summer, now's the time to get ready for fall. Follow the trail to your local Merlin shop for a free tire inspection. And right now, you can get up to a $70 rebate on a set of Ford General tires during the Making Trails promotion. Go to merlins.com for locations, coupons, and to make an appointment.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-9257. That's 1-800-400-9257.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-9257. That's 1-800-400-9257.
AM 560, The Answer.
So a Georgia school district is under investigation after a video of a mass baptism prior to football practice was posted on YouTube. The video, posted by First Baptist Villa Rica, was shot on school grounds just before football practice. The posting a video accompanied the statement. We had the privilege of baptizing a bunch of football players and a coach on the field of Villa Rica High School. We did this right before practice. Take a look and see how God is still in our schools. That was the caption. And, of course, this prompted the Godless Freedom from Religion Foundation, which is interesting because it codifies a misunderstanding of the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, that it's freedom of, not freedom from religion in this country. Apparently Georgia's kind of ground zero for this. Last Friday, a school band got in trouble for playing Amazing Grace.
What?
Yeah. That's how radical and intolerant the anti-religious are. So just to be clear, the Establishment Clause does not. There is no such thing as separation of church and state, as people talk about.
Okay, then what is there?
It is the state shall not impose a state religion. But what the atheists and the agnostics want to do is impose effectively a state religion of secular humanism and turn that into a religion, since that is the altar at which they kneel.
I watched this video. I thought it was beautiful what they did. And a lot of professional football players grab a knee. And what happens when a soccer player or somebody else is injured on the field? What do my kids do? What do the teams do? They grab a knee and they get down as a sign of respect and paying homage to their Lord, or praying that this kid's going to be okay, and gets up and gets off the field.
Well, after games, too, where you have the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, where people, they come together at the 50-yard line, they come together at the center of the basketball court, and they have a prayer with the other team after the game.
That's sometimes the highlight of games for me when I see that.
But for the Freedom from Religion Foundation and others, anything on public ground, even something like that, needs to be expunged.
What are they going to try and do? Suspend the football coach? I mean, what are they going for?
Yeah, I don't know what their
what
remedy to
this
this transgression is, but it just shows you that there's a misunderstanding of the Constitution, and that there's real antipathy towards religion codified in mellifluous-sounding nonprofits like the Freedom from Religious Foundation, which actually undermines religious freedom in this country. You know, something that folks fled other countries' religious oppression to enjoy in this country. Maybe we should remember the underpinnings of a truly free society.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo that Bob Vila promotes is coming back to the Lake County Fairgrounds September 19th and 20th. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or you're in the market for a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this free 2-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their best products and services. Get fresh ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new fence, deck, gutter protection, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and impress your friends and family by getting the hottest home updates. Pick the brains of the experts and hire your next remodeling contractor at the upcoming Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo, September 19th and 20th at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. This is the Home Expo Bob Vila promotes, and admission and parking are free. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
Life happens. That's why it's important to be covered. Sure, buying term life insurance is not the top of your to-do list, but you know you should have it to protect your business, your family, your assets, and most importantly, yourself. And now you have lots of choices with lifequotes.com. Don't have time to visit the doctor? It's easy. Lifequotes.com has solved the worst problem with getting life insurance, the medical exam. Compare and choose from over 50 leading providers for the lowest possible rates in the privacy of your own home on your own time. Most plans require no medical exam. You'll save more because you're buying direct, not through a middleman. So log on to lifequotes.com or call 1-800-640-LIFE for a free quote. Life insurance is at an all-time low, so don't wait. Protect yourself today because life happens. 1-800-640-LIFE. Plan availabilities vary by state.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Planned Parenthood and the Pope at 6:06.
Schools close and a massive manhunt underway for 3 suspects after a beloved police officer is fatally shot. We'll stay all over that all morning long. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and get the latest on that hunt and those search for the men. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Fox Lake area schools are closed as that manhunt continues. A suspect in custody following a brutal Willowbrook attack. 7 are now dead at a veterans home from Legionnaire's disease, and that death toll is expected to rise. Cubs win, Sox fall in Minnesota. Some foggy areas this morning leading to a hot and humid day. A complete look at your weather forecast after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. They're still on the run. 3 cop killers being hunted north of Chicago the day after murdering Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz.
Many residents in here knew him as G.I. Joe, and we remember him as someone deeply committed to Fox Lake.
That's Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt.
Glinowitz was expected to retire next year. He leaves behind a wife and 4 children. Now, he lost radio contact shortly after he began his foot pursuit with the 3 suspects, so there is very little description of them other than they were 2 white people and 1 black person. And this morning, nearby schools and businesses are closed.
That's Fox's Matt Finn. The case against 6 police officers in Baltimore goes to court today, related to a suspect's death in custody. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Baltimore police are gearing up for the first pretrial hearing in the Freddie Gray case this morning, as demonstrators plan to show up outside the courthouse. The judge will consider a motion to dismiss the charges against the officers. The defense also wants State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby removed from the case, claiming she prejudiced potential jurors with her televised announcement that Gray was murdered.
Has led us to believe that we have probable cause to file criminal charges.
Baltimore police have canceled leave requests for officers today. Dave.
Rachel, President Obama will meet with fishermen on his last day in Alaska after taking a hike on a glacier that's been melting to underscore his climate change message.
We want to make sure that our grandkids can see this.
2 more Senate Democrats now support the Iran nuclear deal, giving the president 33. That's 1 shy of what he needs to sustain a veto should Congress vote to block the agreement. Many Republicans don't think it does enough to stop the Iranians from potentially building a nuclear weapon. An 87-year-old Texas man has undergone unusual surgery to save a hand that was badly burned in an accident. The hand was sewed to his stomach and left under a pocket of tissue for 3 weeks to give it time to heal and form a new blood supply. Doctors have now removed that hand, and they think he'll regain the ability to do most tasks. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
77 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Helicopters, dogs, police, and federal officers heavily armed, searching for 3 men in the shooting of Fox Lake police officer Lieutenant Joseph Glinowitz. That manhunt has residents out cheering on searchers to find the killers.
This particular officer is a pillar in our community and definitely going to be missed and just touched many lives. So I'm out here supporting law enforcement. All police lives matter.
Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesman Sergeant Christopher Covelli.
We have the aggressive search to apprehend the offenders that are at large. We have the evidence processing at the scene, and we have the investigation into exactly what occurred here today.
Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt spoke for the community late yesterday.
Not only did Fox Lake lose a family member, I lost a very dear friend. Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz was a 30-year veteran, a decorated police officer, a family man, and a dear friend to the entire village of Fox Lake.
Some schools remain closed this morning as law enforcement continues to search, including Grand High School District 124 and Fox Lake Grade School District 114. In other stories we're following this morning, the number of people who have died from Legionnaire's disease at a Quincy Veterans Home is now 7. That death toll may rise, as well as it's likely more residents may contract the disease. The source has not been determined. A suspect is in custody following a brutal attack and sexual assault on a woman in Willowbrook. Police say the person was brought into custody in South Bend, Indiana, and was being questioned overnight. And officials at a Central Ohio college, a school, say that student missing since Sunday has been found dead. Denison University said this morning in a statement that Wendell Jackson's body was found in a nature preserve near the campus in Granville, about 30 miles east of Columbus. Jackson was a junior from the Chicago area, bright and active and engaged person, according to the college, who had been involved in campus activities. Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati 5-4. Twins beat the White Sox 8-6. And the news is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mr. Rogers passed along friendship, hoping we would too. friendship. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Republican Party is attempting to take Trump off of state ballots.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Hey, the party elites don't get to decide who gets to run for president and who doesn't. The voters decide. You know what? They'll never get it. My family before party. My money before party. My country before party. And damn it, you better believe it's my freedom before any party.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Walgreens.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
It's 6:06, time to take comfort with Air Comfort and time to check the roads. In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southside Michigan Avenue remains closed between 107th and 111th after an early morning collision involving a car and a bus. The Edens Expressway is fine right now. The Kennedy, traffic is building, but we're not seeing any real significant delays. Inbound Eisenhower, it's slow Manheim to 1st Avenue. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 29. About Stevenson, stop and go from before 1st Avenue to Harlem and then from Pulaski to Kedzie. 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 45. Stop and go from before Cicero to Harlem where there's a crash in the left lane. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 17 minutes, I-80 to the Merge, Bishop 421. Northbound Tri-State, a little heavy at 290. Traffic is a service of Think It Up. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte at AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get the latest on the morning forecast. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Areas of fog for the morning, otherwise partly sunny and hot today with a high of 90. For tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a late night shower or thunderstorm around, a low of 70. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're keeping track, we're at about 12 degrees above average right now. 73 at O'Hare, 74 Midway, 75 along the lakefront. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show, a show about the truth of the foreclosure crisis. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In what has already been an especially perilous year for law enforcement, the shooting death of a police officer in Illinois today touched off a massive manhunt in the air and on the ground.
They're being described as 2 male whites and 1 male black. We have the evidence processing at the scene, and we have the investigation into exactly what occurred here today.
So do you stand by that act of love statement?
What I stand by is the fact that we need to secure our border.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Stan and Amy, Pope Francis coming to town, well, coming to the country at least. And in advance of that, he offered a statement on abortion that is being characteristically misunderstood by the blithely ignorant old media. For example, PBS NewsHour had Time reporter Elizabeth Diaz on yesterday. She said it's like the Pope wanted to get the hot-button topic of abortion out of the way to give him room to talk about immigration and climate change when he is here in the United States. It is honestly comical. Megan McArdle, Bloomberg News, tweeted yesterday after watching the NBC coverage. Apparently, NBC does not employ one Catholic because that is how gross their misunderstanding of Catholicism is.
Didn't this all start with a woman? You know, he's had those town halls via satellite. He had, went out to L.A., Chicago, Laredo, Texas. And during that, a woman with 2 kids had mentioned that she made some mistakes in her past and she didn't make all the right decisions, but she does have 2 children. And she mentioned that she had had an abortion and that the Pope forgave her. He doesn't condone it, but he's offering forgiveness.
This is a
headline. Is that a gross exaggeration of what happened?
Well, the question is this news? The headlines, the blaring headlines about the Pope is essentially trying to give the impression that essentially Pope Francis says it's okay if you're pro-choice. It's okay if you have abortions. So let me read you 2 statements, and you tell me.
Okay.
You tell me if this is Pope Francis
or
a pope that the media didn't like as much because he didn't spend his time talking about junk science. He spent his time doing things like fighting communism. Pope John Paul II. Here's the statements. I would like to say a special word to women who have had an abortion. Do not give in to discouragement. Do not lose hope. Try rather to understand what happened and face it honestly. If you have not already done so, give yourselves over with humility and trust to repentance. The Father of mercies is ready to give you his forgiveness and his peace in the sacrament of reconciliation. You will come to understand that nothing is definitively lost, and you also will be able to ask forgiveness from your child who is now living with the Lord. That's statement 1.
Okay.
Statement 2. I have decided to concede to all priests for the Jubilee year the discretion to absolve the sin of abortion, those who have procured it or who, with contrite heart, seek forgiveness. Who said which?
I think the current Pope said the first statement that you read.
That was Pope John Paul II. And I don't blame you for not being able to distinguish the 2 because they're indistinguishable. That's the point. There is nothing new here. It's the same thing as where they tried to characterize Pope Francis as being for marriage redefinition because he was not vociferous about it. But he refers to marriage redefinition as an anthropological regression. That's stronger language than you heard from most traditional marriage supporters. So there's nothing that has changed. It's just that the blithely ignorant media likes this Pope because he's talking about economic redistribution and he's talking about climate change. And they weren't so hip on Pope John Paul II because, he was
because he didn't get out of the Pope mobile and touch people.
Well, I think it was because he was seen as more conservative and
Right.
and allied, not politically, but in terms of outcome with leaders like Reagan and Thatcher in the fight against godless
Right,
communism.
then let me read you something. And is this wrong? Pope Francis will give all priests discretion during the Roman Catholic Church's Holy Year to formally forgive women who have had abortions. So prior to this, priests didn't forgive women who went to confession who confessed that they had an abortion.
Right.
Did they damn them to hell? No.
No, right, exactly. It's silly.
So-
It's silly and it's sad and it's why there is no trust and much ridicule, no trust for and much ridicule directed at old media. This is a good example of it. And speaking of old media and the blackout continues of the Planned Parenthood videos, another Planned Parenthood video from the Center for Medical Progress was released yesterday.
Mhm.
And we have some new entrants into the conversation. One is Perrin Larton. Perrin Larton. She's a procurement manager for a company called Advanced Bioscience Resources.
Okay. Is she drinking wine and eating a salad here?
No, the conversation with Perrin Larton takes place Perrin Larton. I keep saying Larton. Perrin Larton takes place. It appears at some kind of conference or trade show. So Advanced Bioscience Resources, we've talked about STEM Express before.
Mm-hmm.
These are the outfits that are procuring the fetal tissue. So this is another one. This is a non-for-profit one as opposed to STEM Express, which is a for-profit one. That will become important in a minute. But listen to Perrin Larton talking about how important abortion is to their business model.
And you know what the really weird thing is? Embryonic, there's still a lot of controversy about that, you know. But then fetal kind of got lost in the mix. You know, you have
was it ever controversial? I mean, I'm young, so I don't know.
It was never outlawed. Where during the Bush administration, Bush 1, it was no federal funding could go to stem cell research or to embryonic cell research. But fetal tissue was taken out of that. So we continued to send tissue to people like NIH. Even though the government was paying for it, fetal tissue weren't put in that little box of embryonic because it's different. Now they're trying to make abortion illegal, and that's where we get our tissue.
I'm not so sure that's the case.
No.
I mean, some people certainly are, but that's not the thrust of the issue here. So she talks about, she mentions the distinction between embryonic stem cell research during Bush 1, that with no funding for that, and yet we can't seem to remove funding for Planned Parenthood for actual abortions and perhaps live birth abortions. Listen to this. This is the money line from this video.
They put lambs in, and she comes in the next morning, and I literally have had women come in, and they'll go in the OR, and they're back out in 3 minutes, and I'm going, what's going on? Oh, yeah, the fetus was already in the vaginal canal whenever we put her in stirrups. It just fell out.
The fetus just fell out. So the question that prompts is, and I'm sorry it's graphic, but this is a graphic matter. The question that prompts, though, the policy question, the legality question, if the fetus, quote unquote, just fell out, then are those abortion clinics performing live birth abortions, which is illegal?
They clearly are. Here's yet another felony. This is another reason why I don't understand why these people aren't behind bars this morning.
And then the last bit, and that is a good question, and I'll leave that on the floor.
Hey, now.
Well, yes. No pun intended.
Those words just fell out of your mouth. I understand. But yeah.
But the last bite from this recent video is from Kate Dyer. Now, we've heard from Kate Dyer before. She is the CEO of STEM Express, which is a competitor to ABR, Advanced Bioscience Resource, who we were just hearing from, a representative of. STEM Express has a for-profit model. Advanced Bioscience Resources is a nonprofit, and Kate Dyer, the head of STEM Express, she doesn't like that very much at all because it hurts her bottom line.
Some staff, not that I know so much on the Planned Parenthood side, but I wouldn't be surprised. There are some staff in the past that have been on the payroll with ABR. I mean, like there's like well enough known.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't follow that. So,
like a nursing director or somebody who's literally like a paid employee, but they're like a paid.
Are they doing procurement, or they're just sitting there holding the fort down?
Like an advisory role. But they're tied enough to.
Yeah.
So what she's suggesting is that Advanced Bioscience Resources, her competitor, is essentially self-dealing. They're not paying directly for the tissue where she is, but they're paying perhaps Planned Parenthood employees to forge a relationship with them at the exclusion of STEM Express. That is problematic. What Kate Dyer from STEM Express is doing is also problematic because she essentially says that ABR, her competitor, doesn't pay. We do pay Planned Parenthood clinics, so they should be essentially aligning with us. We're paying them. And she's not talking about just the transmission cost, which is legal. She's talking about what we've talked before per these other videos, paying a premium. In other words, providing a revenue stream and a source of profit, quote-unquote profit, because Planned Parenthood's nonprofit too, but quote-unquote profit for Planned Parenthood. So we're now getting into the area of RICO. This is a racketeering case. You've got kickbacks, you've got self-dealing, and then at the base of this all, you have the illegal trafficking in baby body parts, and as you suggested before, probably felonious conduct in violation of federal abortion laws with respect to live birth and partial birth abortions.
And the sad thing is we can't even defund Planned Parenthood because Mitch McConnell came out yesterday and told everyone we're going to have to wait until President Obama is out of office before we can do anything about this. So think about that. That's another, year and a half, so more. They're going to get 1 million of our tax dollars to be monsters and to murder children just to make a profit.
A billion, 500 million,
yeah.
500 million a year.
You know I'm not good with the math, but
Right.
you know what I meant
Million,
to say.
billion.
And there's nothing we can do, and our lawmakers aren't going to help us out at all. And even our own U.S. Senator Mark Kirk's not going to do anything.
Well, no, he's certainly not. And McConnell, this is why there is disgust with the Republican leadership in Congress. McConnell, to your point on this Kentucky TV station, said the president made it very clear he's not going to sign any bill that includes defunding Planned Parenthood. So that's another issue that awaits a new president, hopefully with a different point of view about Planned Parenthood. So this is another thing where we're going to take a rhetorical position, but we're not going to stand any ground and fight for that rhetorical position because you've had other senators, other conservatives call for a showdown on the budget. The president issued an edict just last week in his radio address talking about the government runs out of money at the end of September. That's the perfect time to have this conversation, among others, if you had a Republican majority in either the House or the Senate that was in for the fight, but they're not in for the fight. And if you surrender and don't fight, you disappear. And this is the attitude that's giving rise to Trump. And it's the attitude, frankly, that endangers the future vitality and viability of the Republican Party.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Fog this morning, otherwise partly sunny, hot and humid again today, a high of 90 degrees. Tonight we have a shower or thunderstorm, and tomorrow we can't rule out a brief shower or thunderstorm. It will be warm and sticky, a high near 87 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Stevenson outbound stop and go from before Pulaski to Harlem with a crash now on the left shoulder, but it's 48 minutes. Lakeshore Drive to 355. Inbound, you're looking at a travel time of around 45 minutes. Those delays start inbound before First Avenue, continue to Harlem, then it's heavy again, Pulaski to Kedzie. Eisenhower, 36 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to the Loop, I-57. The 2-minute delay, Halstead to the Merge. Bishop Ford, about a 6-minute delay starting at 15th. Tollways are still pretty light. RadioDeals.com, traffic center.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas. It's online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. Sign up. That's upstream-ideas.com. Today we'll have an interview I did with Vicente Serrano, former Telemundo anchor, about immigration. It was a very spirited discussion. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com.
Well, obviously now we know who we're going to be on the stage with. That's helpful. That's helpful. And I really look forward to the debate. I look forward to No, not in that sense. That's a lot. Well, it does make sense, because basically what they acknowledge is that in this particular cycle, unlike apparently other cycles, there were just too few polls. Well, I don't know about that, but certainly Trump is the front runner. And so he is someone that I look forward to discussing and debating with.
At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Women rejoice everywhere. CNN did an about-face.
Not your friends.
Well, yeah. Well, they did an about-face, and they changed their rules for the upcoming second GOP debate. Now they are going to take the top 10 candidates in polls taken over the course of the last month. They will be allowed in the debate. So Donald Trump will be there, obviously Ben Carson, and our favorite, well, my favorite, Carly Fiorina. Here she is reacting with our brother in sound, Hugh Hewitt.
Well, obviously now we know who we're going to be on the stage with. That's helpful. That's helpful. And I really look forward to the debate. I look forward to having a substantive conversation, and I know that's what we will have because you, Hugh, are one of the moderators. I look forward to having a substantive conversation about the issues that face our nation with the other front runners, which is what
now,
we
does
need to
this
have more of, not less of.
Yeah, so this is a productive development.
Yeah.
The executive director of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation, the host location, we're pleased that CNN changed its mind. We've been hearing from people across the country. They want to see the best debate possible. Fiorina belongs in the debate. She's earned her way there, and frankly, she's done a great job maximizing the media attention around this whole controversy. So CNN was right to change. These are not these debate criteria are not written in tablets. I mean, as the race changes, you should alter to make sure that you're getting the best debate possible.
And she can't wait to take on Donald Trump.
Well, I don't know about that, but certainly Trump is the front runner. And so he is someone that I look forward to discussing and debating with.
It'll be interesting to see if Trump goes after her
Yeah,
at all.
that's what I was thinking.
Or if she baits him into going after her. If she says something about him, even by inference, and he goes after her and says, "Oh, she was a failed CEO" or something like this. That is going to be very interesting to kind of watch those two feel each other out and see which kind of tack each take, because Carly Fiorina has shown she's very good at thrusting and parrying. Donald Trump is more just about thrusting.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
And you know who might be kicked off the stage this time? Senator Rand Paul. It's between him and Mike Huckabee right now. So that would be big news, especially for those diehard Rand Paul fans out there.
I still think the best way to do this, though, because of the nature of the field, is just to do, if you're going to have two debates, pull numbers.
Really?
Just do it randomly. Because
maybe we could play musical chairs.
Well, because think about this. I mean, the difference between once you get past the first couple, three candidates, the difference in the national polls and even most of the state polls is infinitesimal between the candidates. And you've got candidates that are on the outside looking in that are successful governors, that are accomplished people that could hold their own with anybody else on stage, just as Fiorina can hold her own with anybody on stage. So I just think that would have been a better way to do it, both for Fox and CNN. But at least you've got Carly in the kind of the main stage, as it said, in this one, which is appropriate given the strictures of how these things are set up.
And speaking of the second Republican debate, we want you to experience it with us in style. September 16th, AM 560, The Answer will host Big Issues on the big screen. Watch it all unfold live at the Hollywood Palms Theater in Naperville. Receive a free ticket by purchasing your full value ticket to Freedom Summit 2015 featuring Sean Hannity. Visit 560theanswer.com for all the details and win tickets right now to Big Issues on the big screen by being caller number, what caller?
17 for the number of presidential candidates.
There you go. Caller number 17 to 312-642-5600. Again, caller number 17 will win tickets to Big Issues on the big screen right now by calling 312-642-5600.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Bruce, married, combined income $320K, credit score 560, living in a $340,000 home in Buffalo Grove, called to refinance his 7% mortgage. Bruce's credit is low because he missed payments on $50,000 he's carrying on credit cards funding his daughter's college education. David informed Bruce that he had a better chance of giving birth to an elephant with his credit and devised a plan to enhance Bruce's credit so he can refinance. If you're stuck in a high-rate mortgage because of low credit scores and you have no idea how to increase your scores, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can email him at david@perldavid.com or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to the Grand Township Supervisor up in Lake County and get the latest on the details surrounding the murder of G.I. Joe, the police officer in Fox Lake.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 74 degrees, more than 100 police officers, many on the ground, more in the air, are hunting for those who killed a veteran officer, Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz, fatally shot early yesterday while chasing 3 suspects on foot. Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesman Sergeant Christopher Covelli says helicopters flew overnight. 100 officers and dogs searched in and around Fox Lake, looking for the killers of Lieutenant Joseph Glenowitz.
Glenowitz informed communications he was in a foot pursuit. His communications then lost contact with him. When our first responding backup units arrived, they located Lieutenant Glenowitz injured with a gunshot wound.
The 52-year-old Glenowitz radioed to tell dispatchers he was chasing 3 men on foot, 2 white men and 1 black man. Covelli says communication was lost shortly after that. The 30-year veteran was married with 4 children. Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt says now the focus is on 3 separate areas.
To mourn the death of Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz. The second is to ensure the people of Fox Lake are safe. Finally, we continue to support the hardworking men and women out there today in this heat, doing everything that they can to find the individuals responsible for this very tragic incident.
Schools in Fox Lake area closed, including Grant High School District and Fox Lake Grade School District. Asian stocks are swinging between gains and losses right now. The Shanghai market has been volatile, but the last day of trading ahead of a 2-day holiday saw the Hang Seng slipping. Pretrial hearings getting underway in Baltimore today for 6 police officers, all charged in the death of Freddie Gray. Radio traffic from last week's shooting of a possibly unarmed man by Bexar County, Texas Sheriff's deputies is mentioning suicide by cop.
Looks like the male that called it in assaulted his wife and child, so possibly 2 patients. And he is also threatening suicide.
That patient, Gilbert Flores, was threatening to commit suicide either by his hand or by police hands. According to radio broadcast, cell phone video from the scene does show Flores walking away and then toward deputies many times with at least one of his hands up. Los Angeles is being officially considered for the 2024 Summer Olympics. The USOC is formally named L.A. by a September 15th deadline. The number of people who have died of Legionnaire's disease at a Quincy Veterans Home is now 7. 39 residents have become sickened. A former University of Illinois graduate student is suing the school's board of trustees and others, claiming administrators retaliated against her for accusing a visiting researcher of sexual harassment. Here in our state, the University of Illinois continues to fight a huge mumps outbreak. There's news this morning that your American League champion Kansas City Royals are fighting an outbreak of chicken pox. All-star pitcher Kelvin Herrera and right fielder Alex Rios have both been diagnosed with chicken pox, and they will miss a few weeks. Cubs over Cincinnati 5-4. Minnesota over the White Sox 8-6. The news service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is dealing with excruciating pain and days when they won't be able to get out of bed. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America at ccfa.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
On Wednesday, September 16th, the Republican presidential candidates are heading to Hollywood for their second debate, and AM 560 is rolling out the red carpet. Join us for Big Issues on the Big Screen, a debate watch party at the Hollywood Palm Cinema in Naperville. Watch the debate on the big screen. The best way to get tickets? Buy a ticket to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 and get a free ticket to Big Issues on the big screen. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Automated Systems Incorporated, Sol Z and the Z Team, the Ayn Rand Institute, and by Toories Auto Body of Bellway.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or galaxyhome.com.
The Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo that Bob Vila promotes is coming back to the Lake County Fairgrounds September 19th and 20th. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or you're in the market for a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this free 2-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their best products and services. Get fresh ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new fence, deck, gutter protection, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and impress your friends and family by getting the hottest home updates. Pick the brains of the experts and hire your next remodeling contractor at the upcoming Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo, September 19th and 20th at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. This is the Home Expo Bob Vila promotes, and admission and parking are free. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished, tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Good Neighbor Pharmacy.
6:38 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound 23 minutes like Cook to Montrose outbound 21. The Kennedy is 26 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. Inbound Ike 36 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 33. Stevenson 40 minutes 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 56. It's jammed from before California to Harlem. There's a crash now on the left shoulder. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 21 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Northbound Tri-State slow 95th to 87th and very slow Roosevelt to North Avenue. Traffic is a service of Mattress Firm. It's Mattress Firm's huge Labor Day sale. Don't miss their biggest sale of the year where all mattresses are on sale. It's now through Monday. Get their best financing offer of 0% APR for 72 months. Only at Mattress Firm. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Weather, a service of Air Comfort in the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Morning fog expected, otherwise partly sunny and hot. High of 90. Warm and humid overnight, maybe a thunderstorm, low 70. 74 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Show, walking you through stress-free mortgage options. Sunday afternoons at 1 on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Grand Township, Fox Lake, state of Illinois, our nation, dealing with the murder of G.I. Joe, the Fox Lake police officer who was murdered in the line of duty yesterday. There's a manhunt underway, a la The Fugitive, to make a kind of a movie reference. You've got local, state, federal law enforcement that has descended on Lake County and the surrounding area to look for 3 suspects, as described, 2 white men and 1 black man. So that information had to come from somebody. An eyewitness, I don't know. The source of the information has not been revealed, but we do know who police are looking for, generally speaking. And as I suspect, and I was the spokesman for a municipal police department in a previous life.
Yes, I know. I had to deal with you.
Yes, the police know. I'm sure the police know a lot more than we do.
Well, the reason why they know the racial makeup of the 3 suspects is because he was responding to a call of 3 suspicious people near Route 12 and Satan Road yesterday around 7:50 in the morning, and he communicated that there's 2 white males and 1 black male, and that he was pursuing them on foot.
Yeah, but who made the call is the question.
Somebody had called in the community about 3 suspicious guys, so he responded. He gets out of his car. He calls for backup. So he knew, and he said back, through the radio transmission that it was 2 white males and 1 African American.
They're being described.
Yeah, and we're talking. They're being G.I. Joe, because that's what they called him. But his name is Joseph Glinowitz, of course, as everybody probably knows by now. It'd still be interesting to know the 911 call that was made that led to G.I. Joe being dispatched to check this out. The context of that. That's what we don't know at this point. Police have not released those details, but I'm sure they have those details, and it's informing their search.
And the question I have this morning, was he shot with his own gun? Because when backup did arrive, they found Officer or Lieutenant Glinowitz on the ground with a fatal gunshot wound. His weapon was missing, his police belt was gone, and the pepper spray was gone. And there's no surveillance. It's a rural area, so there's no surveillance video. They don't know what direction they went in, but they started a grid formation search pattern, and they were going door to door, warning residents stay inside. They're still telling residents this morning, these men are armed and dangerous. Do not go outside if you don't have to. These are scary times, and it's heartbreaking because what police officers do on a daily basis to protect us. And there's no respect anymore for police officers.
Well, I think there's declining respect perhaps in some quarters. I think that many people still respect the job police officers do. I would suggest even most. It's just sometimes the loudest get the most attention. The other thing I would say is sometimes it's not the quantity, but the quality or importance from a public policy perspective of those people that do not provide respect to police officers, and I'm talking about public officials, not in this case necessarily, but more generally speaking. If my sense is, talking to police officers, if the police don't feel like they're being backed up by both the elected officials,
the president,
that run the government, starting at the top with the government, and we had Sheriff David Clark talk about that the other day in relation to the murder of that Houston deputy sheriff. If they don't feel like they're being backed up by the elected officials, who are the duly bound representatives of the people, then they feel like they're a bit on an island, and sometimes they're hesitant to act. So the dangerous cultural play to put law-abiding on the opposite side of law enforcement. And we're doing that not necessarily because of popular support for that concept, but because you have elected officials that are cowered by the politically correct, the professional agitator class, and they're cowered by those individuals at a great harm to the relationship between police and civilians and at great harm to public safety.
Oh, so many people are asking this morning, why him? I mean, he was on the force for 32 years. He went to Antioch High School. He was in charge of the Fox Lake Police Department's Explorer Post. Even kids in the community knew who he was. And he was 1 month away from retiring. Do you know, on Monday, just 2 days ago, he met with the police chief to work out his retirement plan? It's heartbreaking. And the father of 4 as well.
That's very sad. Very sad. Well, and Deputy Sheriff Goforth in Houston was the father, too.
Of two. Yeah, he has a 12-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son. And yesterday, President Obama did call. He took a break from shooting his reality TV show, Climbing a Glacier, to call Darren Goforth's wife.
Yeah.
To offer his condolences.
So much crocodile tears from the president. Dennis in Crystal Lake here in Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Bad day. There's 2 people you can lay this at. First and foremost is Obama. His second is Holder. I want to know why. I want to know why this rhetoric. Ever since he's been in office with that Connecticut incident, and you can go down the line for the last 6.5, 7 years. He has every chance he gets. He belittles the police, the police, and then you got these people up in Minnesota saying that thing about pigs in a blanket, and then you got Farrakhan saying we need 10,000 people in the street. Where's the Justice Department? If I would put that on Facebook, what Farrakhan said, the FBI would be at my door.
Thanks for the call, Dennis. Candace in DuPage. Candace.
I totally agree with the last caller. It is ridiculous. It's disgraceful. He calls the family, but he can't announce on public television what a disgrace it is, like he does everything else. And half the time he's wrong about, the point, like he was in Ferguson and everywhere else. But my other point that I want to make is, I think if you're a cop these days, you can't go chase into the woods. Everything has to be out in plain sight, because you are under attack and you don't know, who's going to attack you. And I really just hope that there's, stay out in the public eye so that people can see what's going on and there's always a witness.
Thanks for the call, Candace. Or bring overwhelming force. So always wait for backup. I don't know. I mean, that's not what officers are trained to do. So
should they patrol in pairs? I mean, that's what some people are suggesting this morning too. Going back to 2 cars. That 2 people in a car, like we do in Chicago a lot of the time.
That also becomes a resource issue for cash-strapped units of government. Also some larger issues there too. Kurt in Brookfield.
Hey, good morning. Hey, first of all, I was out on that search yesterday. And I want to thank the people of Fox Lake that came out and supported us. It's good to see it. Too bad more leadership in this country isn't trying to lead from the front and try to work on this diversity in the country and say, hey, you're going to commit a criminal act, bad things could happen to you. They need to get off their butts instead of worrying about renaming the mountains of Alaska. It was the good people of Fox Lake out there that supported us that made that process yesterday on a horrible thing on an individual I've trained and known to try to find those bad guys. But as long as you got leadership that doesn't seem to lead from the front right away when this stuff happens, start trying to put a boot down and say, hey, this is unacceptable behavior. It's like they just, it took them that long to call. He's never even apologized to the officer from Ferguson when he went in front of the UN and said all those bad things about him that proved to be wrong.
Yeah. Hey, Kurt, you're a police officer. What county?
I work for a government agency.
Oh, yeah, but are you former police?
No, I was out there with the search.
Oh, okay. All right. But so this is interesting. So a state, local, federal government agency?
Federal.
So, okay. So this is part of, kind of the general call for help and support with this manhunt.
Yeah, everyone went out, state, local, federal. When one of our brothers is harmed, everyone pulls together and everyone goes out there and slogs through swamps and goes out and does their best.
What did you do yesterday, Kurt?
I was on perimeter and some other events throughout the day, which I'm not allowed to discuss.
Yeah,
about.
Sure.
No, we understand.
Okay, thanks for the call, Kurt. Appreciate it. Good to know that you were out there.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Fog this morning in parts, otherwise partly sunny and warm, a high of 90 degrees. Tonight, a chance of a shower or thunderstorm. And tomorrow, partly sunny, but we can't rule out a quick shower or thunderstorm in the area. Still hot and humid, a high of 87. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. We have big delays right now on the outbound side of the Stevenson Expressway from around California to Harlem, where there's a crash. It's now on the left shoulder, but it is an hour and 14 minutes from Lakeshore Drive to 355. Again, delays start before California. Inbound, just about 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Eden's 23 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, 29 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 31 minutes. The Eisenhower, now 40 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 37. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go 31 to before Beverly after a stall. Volo, there's a crash, eastbound 120 before 12. And allow plenty of room just a few miles north of there in Fox Lake, Ingleside. Roads which had been closed have reopened, but of course the ongoing investigation very active. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Private sector job growth, factory orders, crude oil supplies, and anxiety in overseas markets influencing action on Wall Street. Those stories next.
Do 5 unelected lawyers on the Supreme Court have the right to redefine marriage for 320 million Americans? If you believe that 5 lawyers have no authority to impose their personal opinion on all Americans, please pick up the phone now. The Supreme Court has abandoned the rule of law, and if we allow 5 lawyers to rule over us without constitutional authority, we have lost our freedom as Americans. It is not too late to turn our country around, but we need you to let us know your opinion today. Please call 800-293-9551 and press 1 if you believe the Supreme Court had no authority to redefine marriage. 5 lawyers ignored the Constitution and millennia of human history. Please call 800-293-9551 and press 1 or go to pushforliberty.com and let us know your opinion. We will push back and amplify your voice in a powerful national campaign. Again, call 800-293-9551 and press 1 or go to pushforliberty.com. Call now, 800-293-9551. Paid for by Liberty Counsel.
Investors steeling their nerves for what could be another turbulent session of trading on Wall Street. Global investors paying close attention to action in China's markets. The Shanghai stock market closed for the remainder of this week as China commemorates the 70th anniversary to the end of World War II. Economic reports shedding light on the health of our economy, including readings on private sector job growth and factory orders. We'll also have a report on second quarter productivity and the Fed's Beige Book report on economic activity. The Energy Department's report on weekly crude oil inventories will be in focus today after prices dropped nearly 8% yesterday. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Ancestry is releasing an entirely new category of content, never before available online in the U.S., exclusive to Ancestry. It's an unprecedented collection of U.S. wills and probate records that span 200 years. And starting this Wednesday, we're allowing the public free, unlimited access. Visit tryancestry.com and discover a deeper level of who your ancestors were. Plus, our popular birth, marriage, and death records will also be open to search for free, too. Visit tryancestry.com. That's TRY Ancestry.com.
840
847-926-0700. This number can bring thousands of extra dollars right to your pocket. The Art House Gallery is back in Chicago. Do you have any jewelry or diamonds, silver, or antiques, paintings, porcelain, Fabergé, high-end pocket or wristlet watches, Rolex, Patek Philippe, IWC, Cartier, Tiffany, or Breitling? If you do, call the Art House Gallery now at 847-926-0700 and get your cash today. Meet in their office in Highland Park or in the privacy of your own home or bank. Call now, 847-926-0700.
AM 560, The Answer.
A little update on a story we had earlier this week. Washington State University may be a college you can send Peyton and Eli to, Amy, now, your two sons. They announced that those professors who wanted to punish students in terms of the grades they confer if they use words like male, female.
So this was a school, male, female,
and illegal alien.
Illegal alien. So if they use those words in any of their term papers or orally, they could be docked a grade, right?
They'll be graded down and they'll be flogged in the quad.
Not that bad. But there was one professor for some women's studies class?
An ethnic studies class. And yes, there were two professors. Daniel J. Bernardo, who's the interim president of Washington State University, responded, and he is not backing the professors. Over the weekend, we became aware that some faculty members, in the interest of fostering a constructive climate for discussion, included language in class syllabi that has been interpreted as abridging students' free speech rights. We are working with these faculty members to clarify and, in some cases, modify course policies to ensure that students' free speech rights are recognized and protected. It would have been easier if he just said those two morons are fired.
Yeah, I mean, protecting the pronouns. That's what this is. It's become to protecting pronouns. Who cares? I mean, those two should be fired.
Yes.
So finally, a voice of reason comes forward, and tomorrow it's going to be University of Tennessee.
A rare thing in academia. And you'll note that I did abide the gender-neutral edict. Yes. I'm abiding the decree. There, I didn't say male, female. I just said morons.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, one of the reasons we won the Super Bowl in 1985 is because we had a great defense. Hi, this is Mike Ditka. In today's uncertain financial times, you need retirement accounts with defense you can count on. The stock market, it's a roller coaster. It can have a disastrous impact on your retirement. Now, Steve DeJohn and the DeJohn Advisory Team have been growing and protecting retirement accounts for years. Their product of choice, fixed indexed annuities. Now, these are not risky securities on Wall Street. They are insurance products with protection. If the market does well, so does your account. If the market does poorly, your account is protected. The DeJohn Advisory Team offers hundreds of products for your IRAs, 401ks, or any other retirement money. Call 866-515-6669 or visit retainyourgains.com and request their 10-minute DVD. Tell them Coach Ditka sent you. Call now and see which plan is right for you. 866-515-6669. That's 866-515-6669.
Do you ever wake up and say this, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away? Well, if that sounds like you every morning, guess what? You're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, you men out there, and women, until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan wrote, I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Not only Susan, folks, but I use it too, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. They guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now, and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Our de facto Attorney General Tom Fitton from the Department of Justice at Large Judicial Watch joins us to talk Hillary emails at 7:07.
And then at 7:37, Stephen Moore will be here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. That manhunt in Lake County continues. Fox Lake area schools are closed. And areas of fog this morning. WIND, Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. This is the sentiment in Fox Lake, Illinois this morning.
All police lives matter.
As the manhunt continues for 3 suspects, 2 white, 1 black, in the murder of Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz, killed as he pursued them. It's an intense search.
Involving the FBI, K-9 units, state police, and officers from multiple counties. They've been combing the woods and the waterways. Residents tell Fox 32 News that this area is rough woods, and it would be difficult to get through.
That's Fox 32's Joni Lum in Fox Lake, where some schools are closed and businesses, people told to stay indoors. Protesters are gathering this morning in Baltimore outside a court hearing that'll take place for 6 police officers charged in the death of Freddie Gray while in custody. They want charges dismissed, the cops, or for the state attorney to recuse herself. A flood of migrants to Europe is causing trouble on the trains in France and Hungary. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, frustration in Budapest among a crowd of several hundred migrants barred from boarding trains to Germany, which is accepting hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers, many of those Syrian refugees. But after Hungary blocked that route yesterday, people resorting to sleeping in the streets, some of them families with small children. Meanwhile, in France, the train link to Britain was temporarily closed after migrants climbed on the line. Dave?
Simon, the family of Kate Steinle, the woman shot and killed on a San Francisco pier by an accused gunman who's an illegal immigrant deported 5 times, has filed 3 lawsuits.
So nobody has to endure the pain that my mom and dad and I go through on a daily basis.
That's her brother, Brad. The suits target the San Francisco Sheriff, Homeland Security, and the Bureau of Land Management. You don't hear this too often in September's pennant races. 2 Kansas City Royals are sidelined with chicken pox. Alex Rios and Kelvin Herrera could miss a few weeks. There's worry other KC players could get sick. One good thing for the Royals, their division lead over Minnesota is large. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunrise in Chicago, 73 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Hundreds of police officers on the ground and in the air continue hunting this morning for the trio who killed a veteran Chicago area police officer in Fox Lake. Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz was fatally shot early yesterday, chasing 3 suspects on foot. Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesman Sergeant Christopher Covelli.
Glinowitz informed communications he was in a foot pursuit. His communications then lost contact with him. When our first responding backup units arrived, they located Lieutenant Glinowitz injured with a gunshot wound.
As we have been saying this morning, the suspects are 2 white men and 1 black man. The 30-year veteran was a married man, 4 children. Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt says there is a big loss to the community, but now a focus in 3 separate areas in Fox Lake.
To mourn the death of Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz. The second is to ensure the people of Fox Lake are safe. Finally, we continue to support the hardworking men and women out there today in this heat, doing everything that they can to find the individuals responsible for this very tragic incident.
Some schools in Fox Lake area closed, including Grand High School District 124 and Fox Lake Grade School District 114. The number of people who have died of Legionnaire's disease in a Quincy veterans home is now 7. More residents will likely contract the disease. According to the state, more may die. Suspect is in custody following a brutal attack and sexual assault of a woman in Willowbrook. Police say the person was brought into custody in South Bend and was being questioned overnight. Exelon, the operator of nuclear plants in the state, says it's planning cost-cutting moves that may possibly include layoffs among its 12,000 Illinois workers. Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati 5-4. Twins over the White Sox 8-6. The news a service of the USDA and the Ad Council. Wash your surfaces, utensils, and hands with warm soapy water while prepping food. 1 in 6 Americans will get sick from food poisoning this year. Roughly 3,000 will die, but you can keep your family safer by cleaning with soap and water as you go. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. 7:04, a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Meijer.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free office or meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The outbound Stevenson is really a mess due to an earlier crash at Harlem Avenue. Delays start before California. It is an hour and 14 minutes to get from Lakeshore Drive to 355. 40 minutes just to get Cicero inbound. It is slow from Veterans Parkway to Cass, First Avenue to Harlem. About 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Eden's inbound delays start at Niles Center. 26 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26 as well. Kennedy, 29 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. Inbound Eisenhower, 41 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 42. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 26 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 425. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to Archer, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, Roosevelt to North Avenue. It's about Adams Tollway stop and go 31 to 59. Veterans Memorial, slow 75th for the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get the very latest on a hot and sticky day. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Hot day with partial sunshine, high 90, partly cloudy and humid tonight with a late night shower or thunderstorm around with a low 70. Partly sunny with a shower or thunderstorm around tomorrow, high 87, then partly cloudy and humid at night, low 68. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
74, hazy sunshine this morning at O'Hare. 76 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news is at 7:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
In what has already been an especially perilous year for law enforcement, the shooting death of a police officer in Illinois today touched off a massive manhunt in the air and on the ground.
They're being described as 2 male whites and 1 male black. We have the evidence processing at the scene, and we have the investigation into exactly what occurred here today.
So do you stand by that act of love statement?
What I stand by is the fact that we need to secure our border.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What is up? Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Amy, there's an app for that.
What's up?
There's an app for women who want to post anonymously as to why they will not be voting for Hillary Clinton. This anonymous posting platform, Whisper. Psst. One example. I'm a woman and I'm scared for Hillary to become president. We need to empower women, but not by giving a psycho control.
Wow, there you go.
That about sums it.
End of discussion.
Yeah,
right there.
A criminal psychopath on top of it. We're now joined by the unofficial Attorney General of the United States, representing the Department of Justice at large, since we don't have a functioning Attorney General of the Department of Justice. He is Tom Fitton, the president of Judicial Watch. Judicial Watch has been at the tip of the spear with respect to the Hillary emails, with respect to the IRS abuses, so many things, and we're pleased to have Tom Fitton join us right now. Thank you for joining us, Tom.
Hey, guys, good to be with you. What's even worse is I'm not even a lawyer, which should make us all quake that nothing's going on here in Washington.
Well, so what of the Hillary emails? And just to maybe take a step back in terms of what Judicial Watch has done and why it has done it.
Well, we've been asking for records about issues that everyone cares about, like the Benghazi cover-up, her conflicts of interest, and minor issues like that. And we've been told that they were searching for records, and lo and behold, they hadn't been searching for Hillary Clinton's records on her separate email server. And the problem was she started conducting business from the get-go on this separate system, making it immune from scrutiny. And she thought she could get away with it, and she's finding she can't. In the various court cases we have, the Justice Department and the FBI have been forced to take action because of her arguably criminal mishandling of classified information. So it's turned into a nightmare for her, correct? Rightly so.
Do you think by putting classified information on her personal server, her personal emails, that she put anybody's life in danger?
Oh, certainly, potentially, because some of that classified information would be sources that the government is working with abroad. If you're talking to the United States government or perceived to be working with them abroad, in some countries, it can end your life or impact your family's lives.
Interesting piece in the Washington Times today as people are poring over the email dump from the other day. One of the most serious potential breaches identified by the intelligence community inside Hillary's emails involves relaying classified info concerning the movement of North Korean nuclear assets, which was obtained from spy satellites. In addition, we know the North Koreans have assembled a cyber hacking army under a spy program in North Korea known as Bureau 121. So that's part of the issue, right? It's her trafficking information that is easily hacked by expert hackers representing other countries that don't have the interests of America at heart.
Yeah, I don't want to overstate how secure the State Department system is, but certainly it's a government system that it allows classified information, at least the classified portion of it, is much more secure than her hotwired account or whatever she was using to run her email system at her home, at the Clinton Foundation, wherever it allegedly was. And when you talk about signals intelligence, where you have intel showing our capabilities in terms of satellite and electronic monitoring of troop movements and things like that, letting that cat out of the bag can imperil literally billions of dollars in technology in the sense that it becomes useless if the other side knows our capabilities.
Tom, do you think Hillary Clinton is intentionally deceitful or just incompetent?
She's a lawyer. She knows what she's doing. She's been, in my view, knowingly misleading about these emails. In case we had, she had to file a declaration under penalty of perjury, and she withheld information from the judge. She's changed her story on classified material. She knows exactly what's happening here, and she doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt after being so long in our nation's public life and being the subject of criminal investigations in the past. So it's not like she hasn't been over this bridge before.
How did you react to the op-ed this week from the prosecutor in the General David Petraeus case, suggesting that, and now, of course, this prosecutor is an Obama appointee and a Hillary Clinton campaign donor. He should flag that, but suggesting that Hillary Clinton didn't do anything illegal.
Well, it's ridiculous. Obviously, it's a prosecutor ideologically sympathetic to Mrs. Clinton. And the Petraeus case everyone points to as an instance of someone who was held criminally accountable for their misconduct in terms of handling classified information. Petraeus really got off with a slap of the wrist. So a prosecutor who basically ignored Petraeus's massive violations of security requirements and related to the classified information and defense information. Petraeus, arguably should be in jail right now, given the nature of what he had done.
I'm wondering how you interact, or what if you get any response from either law enforcement or the intelligence community for the work that Judicial Watch has done in this space to push this issue, and frankly, in part, get us to this point that we have with Hillary and with the disclosure of emails and the other information we have come to learn.
Well, I can tell you informally, folks are very excited about our work. Certainly our Benghazi work has gotten a lot of attention. And the fact that we're in court kind of forcing answers out of the Clinton camp that no one else has been able to get has gotten a lot of attention. And I can't tell you, it seems every day someone has a piece of information they want to offer us, or a slap on the back they want to share with us, who are in the business you're talking about, and either in government, out of government, and know exactly what we're talking about in terms of her mishandling classified information. What's most concerning in some ways is not only her mishandling, but the Obama administration, certainly the State Department, pretending that it wasn't a big deal, which makes me think that national security takes a second seat to politics there at the State Department even now.
What do you expect from Hillary Clinton come the fall during the Benghazi committee hearings? Do you think she'll maybe disclose something new, or will she plead the fifth, or will it be the same old song and dance?
Well, if I were an attorney and if I were advising her, I don't know how she could testify. I think she might be taking the Fifth Amendment, and that would be a disaster, I think, politically. So I suspect that testimony may not occur.
Where does your work, Judicial Watch's work, go from here in terms of the Hillary emails?
Well, what we want are the documents, and we're concerned that all the records that were turned over to allegedly to Mrs. Clinton and the State Department aren't, quote, all the records. So we're asking that there be a broader search of records outside of the system, the records that they're looking at now at the State Department. You know, these personal emails, I don't know if they're necessarily personal, and I don't believe they've been deleted. And then she hasn't actually said they've been deleted. She said she did not keep them, which is a far different issue.
She said she wiped her server.
Right, and her lawyer said they're no longer on her server, but her lawyer, that doesn't mean that they're no longer with her lawyer.
What about Platte River Networks, the vendor that she used, and zeroing in on them to try and extract more information about what exactly was going on?
Well, that's right, and we're asking the court for one of the courts for discovery into some of these issues. You know, whether BlackBerries and iPads and other things, do they have such records that should have been searched? I mean, she just decided that she didn't want to be accountable to the American people, and in order to get records, you had to go through her lawyer. And no other government official would be able to do that in this day and age. And so you see in the reports of the emails yesterday about her use of the iPad and such, and how the government officials were helping her with that. You know, they told us just the other day that they didn't issue anything like that.
Oh, my gosh.
So, you know, if they didn't issue it, who paid for it? I suspect it was paid for informally, and they used it for government business, quote, off the books. But either way, it needed to be looked at.
Mistakes were made, Tom. Mistakes were made.
Right.
Tom Fitton, thank you for being our Chief Law Enforcement Officer in absentia. We appreciate your work. Tom Fitton, Judicial Watch President. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Bye-bye.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Some high cloud coverage today or this morning, but we should have full sunshine by this afternoon. Hot, hazy, humid, a high of 90 degrees. Tonight, a chance of a shower or thunderstorm, and tomorrow we begin the day with partly sunny skies. It will be warm, but we can't rule out a brief shower or thunderstorm by the afternoon. A high of 87. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The Stevenson still has very heavy outbound delays from Damon to Harlem after an earlier crash. It is an hour and 14 minutes still from Lakeshore Drive to 355. Inbound, 42 minutes till Harlem to Kedzie. Eden's 26 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Kennedy, 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. The Ike, 42 minutes. Make it 44 now from Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 41. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway really bottled up, 31 to 59. Reagan Tollway a little slow, 31 to 59. The Veterans Memorial jammed, I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Milder delays, Butterfield to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averages over 300. If 29 days pass without a sale on your listing, Saul will buy it, and working with Saul won't obligate you to anything, because if you aren't happy, you just cancel the contract. For example, Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched the listing to Saul, and in a very short time, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country, obviously. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell my well-appointed condo or buy a home in Wisconsin. Go to callsaul.net, that's saul.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of New Biotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-655-8385.
I used to be plagued by pot belly and constant bloating. After taking New Biotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. New Biotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a free trial of New Biotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these free trials last. 1-800-655-8385. That's 1-800-655-8385. 1-800-655-8385.
Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Hillary's potentially has more problems. James O'Keefe, you know, he's like this guerrilla investigative reporter. He's the guy who dressed up like Osama bin Laden and came across the Canadian border. He really made a
He's
splash.
Provocative, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
He made a splash by investigating Acorn. Well, now he has turned his sights on the Hillary campaign, and he posted a video yesterday that has essentially senior Hillary campaign officials at her announcement rally committing what seems to be a violation of federal campaign finance law by taking money from a foreign national. You know, if you're a foreign national, you're not allowed to make a donation. Well, you're not allowed to accept donations from foreign nationals under federal election law. And here's a little selection from that video that details this.
Our journalist went to the booth and met this woman from Canada in line.
Where in Canada are you from? Montreal. Oh, okay. That must be nice.
When the woman from Canada got to the head of the line, there seemed to be an issue.
Hey, Erin, wait, before you take another person, so she's Canadian, and so we can't take her. Do you have a green card or a U.S. passport? No, why would I? I'm Canadian. Sure. So we can't take contributions from anyone that's not a citizen of the United States. But she traveled all the way from Canada to support Hillary. You could give her. She's paying cash.
Oh, okay.
Are you serious? It's not my role. I'm a doctor.
When I go back to Canada, I'll be talking about it.
The law is very clear. Foreign nationals cannot contribute to presidential campaigns. But it didn't take long for these campaign staffers to think they had found a way to skirt the law and take the Canadian woman's money.
I get it. It's the Federal Election Commission requires...
Can I give her the money? She's an American and she can buy it for me?
She could make a donation.
She can buy it for me?
Sure, I'll buy it.
She's buying it.
So Canadians can't buy them, but Americans can buy it for them?
Not technically. You would just be making the donation.
Oh, okay.
Not technically. You would just be making a donation independent. But this is, by the way...
How much money were we talking?
We're not talking about a lot of money. I think it was like $75 in total. But the point is the willingness to skirt the law. The two women manning this booth, selling Hillary merchandise at her announcement, her chief marketing officer and her chief compliance officer, like complying with federal election code. And so, yes, it's a small amount of money, and this is a lot of the response from the mainstream media to this, the old media. But didn't Dinesh D'Souza... Wasn't he convicted of a felony for being a straw donor?
Mm-hmm.
He was. And there was much glee associated with that on the left, of course. And Dinesh D'Souza copped to it, and he paid the penalty. Well, that's what this is. Does it matter if it's $75 or $10,000? It's still breaking the law. We're just talking about a matter of amount. And it's interesting to note because there was a lot of question, and this was a story that was never covered in 2008, that Barack Obama's, his website, his presidential website, his campaign website, they purposely disabled the functionality of the website when it came to taking online donations, disabled it so as to not block foreign donations.
Really?
Yes.
And nobody was mining the shop to see if they were getting foreign donations.
Well, of course
online.
of course they ostensibly were. That was the point of disabling the functionality that would prevent foreign donations. But no one, there was, everybody in the Washington Press Corps was an advocate for that campaign. They weren't doing their job as reporters, and so they didn't want to report on anything that could be detrimental to the Obama campaign. So, I mean, I don't know that federal. I mean, I'm no fan of kind of federal election campaign finance law to begin with. It's Byzantine and complicated, but the law is the law. And if Dinesh D'Souza has to abide it and face the penalty if he doesn't, then why not Hillary Clinton and her campaign?
Because there's different rules for different people.
And
they think that they're above the law. And she's been getting caught in so many different lies, and good for James O'Keefe for publishing this video.
Right. And when a senior campaign person says, well, technically you can't, so we'll just call this a donation, even though I'm witnessing what's happening right here. I mean, it's indicative of a mentality, a culture. And of course, that culture permeates from on high. Hillary Clinton doesn't believe the laws apply to her, so why should anybody in her campaign?
And she learned this bad behavior from watching her husband do it, I'm sure. That's how politicians learn. You think Governor Blagojevich just became corrupt? That was learned behavior from maybe somebody who's a politician who's in his family.
Oh, yeah. I think Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, I think they're equally culpable. I don't know if Bill learned from Hillary or Hillary learned from Bill or how it goes back and forth. But there's no question they are partners in crime, quite literally.
Yes.
Quickly, Doug and Crystal Lake.
Yeah, this is Doug.
Yep.
Hi, Doug.
Go, Doug.
Hi. Isn't it possible that Hillary has a lot of leverage with the Obama administration because of the Benghazi scandal? She could reveal information that would compromise Obama, and wouldn't that help her in her drive to keep Biden out of the race?
Well, thanks for the call, Doug. I don't know. I don't know how much leverage she has over Obama. I'm wondering these days how much leverage Obama and Biden have over her. with the essentially promoting the idea of Biden entering as she's flailing.
We robbed banks.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders, as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers. End the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
ADP projects that 190,000 jobs were added in August. We'll ask Steve Moore, I should say, from the Heritage Foundation if that's good news or bad news.
And then at 8:08, Lieutenant Christopher Covelli will join us. He's the Lake County Sheriff. Will give us the latest information about the search for those 3 suspects. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Sunny and 74, more than 100 police officers and federal officers on the ground and in the air, along with canine units, are hunting for those who killed a veteran Fox Lake police officer, Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz. Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesman Sergeant Christopher Covelli says helicopters flew overnight and about 100 officers continued that search.
Glinowitz informed communications he was in a foot pursuit. His communications then lost contact with him. When our first responding backup units arrived, they located Lieutenant Glinowitz injured with a gunshot wound.
Some schools in the Fox Lake area remain closed today, including Grant High School District 124 and Fox Lake Grade School District 114. The FBI opening a civil rights investigation into the shooting of a possibly unarmed man by Bexar County, Texas Sheriff's deputies. While cell phone video shows Gilbert Flores appearing to be surrendering to deputies last week, radio traffic from last week's shooting of that possibly unarmed man mentions several times over suicide by cop.
Looks like the male that called it in assaulted his wife and child, so possibly 2 patients, and he is also threatening suicide.
Broadcasters have published audio of dispatchers telling emergency officials that Gilbert Flores was threatening to commit suicide either by his own hand or by police hands. Police are investigating a deadly bombing at a shrine in Bangkok with the new information this morning. The fingerprints of a bombing suspect matching fingerprints found on bomb-making material. Tight security expected in Baltimore as pretrial hearings this morning begin for the 6 police officers charged in the death of Freddie Gray. Republican presidential candidate Carly Fiorina may get a chance to join CNN's upcoming debate. The network has changed the criteria for choosing which hopefuls are invited. The FDA warning this morning companies that sell pure caffeine that's powdered. The FDA saying that powdered caffeine is potentially dangerous, presents a significant or unreasonable risk of injury. A suspect in custody following a brutal attack in Willowbrook. Police say a person was brought into custody for the attack on a woman. That person was investigated and questioned last night in South Bend, Indiana. Cubs over Cincinnati, Twins over the White Sox, and the news, a service of the American Association for Cancer Research. The American Association for Cancer Research, the world's first and largest organization dedicated to finding cures through research. Please support cancer research by donating today, aacrfoundation.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes we haven't seen the last of Joe Biden.
Joe Biden huddling with Elizabeth Warren at his residence over the weekend unexpectedly. He summoned Elizabeth Chief Pocahontas Warren. I'm telling you, I've been saying it all along. Joe Biden's going to run. Get ready for a Biden-Warren ticket.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Bubba Burger is the official burger of Labor Day. Pick up some juicy Bubba Burgers and get the grill sizzling. Visit BubbaFoods.com to find a retailer nearest you.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
It takes a lot of courage to face your own death, but I'm glad I finally did. See, I was putting off getting life insurance to protect my family, even though I knew it was important. Then my neighbor's husband died. I watched her struggle emotionally and financially. It really made me face reality. If my husband died, how would I pay the mortgage, the car payments, or keep up the life the kids and I had? I realized I needed to get us life insurance right away. So I called AIG Direct. In less than 5 minutes, I had a quote. I was shocked at how affordable it is. Just $14 a month for $250,000 of term life coverage. I feel so much better knowing my family has protection.
Call AIG Direct right now for a free no-obligation quote. The call takes less than 5 minutes, and you can save up to 70%. Call now, 1-800-503-6673. That's 1-800-503-6673. 1-800-503-6673.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
It's Feldco's biggest sale. All windows, siding, and doors installed for free. That's right. All windows installed for free. All doors installed for free. All siding installed for free. Buy now and pay later with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year. It's Feldco's biggest sale. Hurry, Feldco's free installation ends Monday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
7:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's Expressway inbound. It's 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy at 36 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 38. Inbound Eisenhower, 42 minutes. Make it 44 minutes again. Thorndale to the post office, outbound, it's 41. Stevenson, 46 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound. Jammed Damon to Central after an earlier crash at Harlem. An hour and 9 minutes. Lakeshore Drive to 355. The Ryan is now 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, there's scattered delays. 115th to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to 31st. Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway jammed 31 to Barrington and heavy Elmhurst to Lee. Traffic is a service of UPSjobs.com. UPS is seeking part-time package handlers in Northbrook and Palatine, offering competitive pay and an attractive benefits package up to $25,000 in educational assistance. UPS actively promotes from within. Apply today at upsjobs.com/radio. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get you the latest details on a forecast that is very hot and very humid. High of 90 today, and a chance of thunderstorms around overnight. Low 70, and a chance of a shower or thunderstorm tomorrow. High 87. 74 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Midwest Performance Cars. Expert maintenance and repair on European autos. The dealer alternative. MidwestPerformanceCars.com.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and that music means it's time for the Sultan of Supply Side Economics, the formerly homeless Steve Moore, who now got a bank loan and he's going to have a roof over his head again.
Thank goodness I could stop my prayer circle
Yes,
I have for him.
He's going to be fine. Steve Moore, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Hi, guys.
So, as I understand, the definition of a recession is 2 consecutive quarters of contraction or negative growth, and that's what's happened in Canada. Canada officially in recession. What does that mean for these United States, Steve?
Oh, look, Canada is an important nation in the United States. It's a huge trade partner. People don't realize. I think Canada is number 1 or 2 in terms of our trading. So when Canada can't buy our goods and we can't buy goods for them, it hurts us. But I think China is still the epicenter of this world financial crisis. And what's happened there, guys, I think we touched on this last week, is that China is still a centrally planned economy. And we're learning more and more that a lot of what they've done over the last several years has been kind of building pumpkin villages of, government investment in empty shopping malls and unoccupied, skyscraper office buildings. And they're clueless about what to do right now. And their growth rate, could hit maybe 3 or 4% this year. Now, for most countries, that's hallelujah. For China, that's a severe recession because they have been growing at 10 or 11%. So that's the problem. Is China has just radically slowed down. They're the second largest economy in the world, and we're all kind of sitting back and seeing them. We're getting I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like I've got whiplash from the stock market the last 2 weeks.
So first China, then Canada. Who's next?
Well, hopefully not the United States. We'll see. We've seen big declines in the stock market over the last couple of months, and look, there's a wealth effect. If people have less in their 401k plans, if they have less in their retirement plans, and just in their stock portfolios, they feel and they are less wealthy, and then they spend less. That can have a cascading effect. I will say this though, now is not the time. I said it last week. I'll say it again. Now is not the time to sell stocks.
Yeah, but what if you have to? I mean, I'm looking at a new mortgage, and I've got to sell some stocks.
Sure, if you have to, you have to. But if you don't have to, if you're holding on to your stocks, for example, for your retirement or for long-term saving, you never want to sell when stocks are falling. And that's what we're seeing. I mean, buy low, sell high is what the stock market is all about. And that's all I'm saying. And by the way, I firmly believe this. And I can't tell you what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks or 6 months in the stock market, but I can tell you this. If you buy stocks today at these low prices and hold on to them for 5 or 10 years, you're going to make a nice, hefty profit.
ADP reporting this morning that private sector added 190,000 jobs in August. We'll get the actual number on Friday from labor. But if that number is roughly accurate, does that provide any indication in terms of economic vitality of the United States to you?
Well, look, we've been in this 2% rut now, Dan, for 7 years. We've just been growing at 2%. That's way too low. And it's what's interesting about that statistic, we probably will get somewhere near 200,000 jobs. I don't know the exact number, and those numbers come out on Friday. But there's now kind of a disconnect with what's happening in the financial sector of the economy and what's happening in the productive sector of the economy. And at some point, you think those two have to connect, right? I mean, the stock market only goes up, in the long or medium term if companies are profitable. So we will see. I mean, I do think the economy's slowing down a little bit right now. And look, I've got to get this off my chest. I mean, here we've got this incredible financial turmoil in the United States around the world. We've got the Iran deal, which is being so hotly debated. And where President Obama is today?
In Alaska.
He's on a hiking trip.
He's in Alaska. I think he's still in Alaska. He's certainly there yesterday. He may be coming back today.
Oh, he's in the Arctic Circle, right?
Pardon me?
I think he's up, way, way up. I think he's in the Arctic Circle.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you should stay there. But my point is, what is he doing there, right? He's talking about global warming. I mean, this is fanaticism. This is what I call climate change deranged syndrome, where, instead of talking to the American people about what's going with our economy and with, declining wages and all of these problems we have, he really does believe the number one problem is climate change. And you know what? I was just looking at a poll yesterday. If you look at the 20 top issues, with respect to national security issues, terrorism issues, the economy, jobs, global warming ranks about 20th. People don't care. They want their jobs. They want a pay raise. They want to feel safe. They want to make sure they're not making a huge mistake with respect to this Iran deal. And he's talking about climate change.
Yeah,
it is crazy.
Yeah, but it's easier to take selfies with penguins and have those kind of feel-good moments than it is to talk about something over which he's not particularly knowledgeable, meaning matters economic.
That's true.
But
look, who in the world, if you want to talk about global warming, you go to Alaska and Antarctica. I mean, have you been to Alaska in the winter? I mean, it's 50 degrees below zero. Alaska probably think a little warming might not be such a bad thing.
Well, so here's the question, though, the deeper question, and maybe a question that President Obama doesn't want to address. Neil Ferguson, the great Harvard historian, calls it the stagnation state, where you have two factors at play. You have a majority of people making low wages that are declining, and you have a few elites that are able to manipulate the system to their disproportionate benefit. Boy, that
You're talking about the United States or China?
Exactly. Doesn't that sound like increasingly like the kleptocratic economy of the United States?
Unfortunately it does. And here's the point that, I think Trump is, obviously the most amazing political phenomenon we've seen in the last couple of decades. And even though I disagree with him a lot of his policy solutions, I think he is absolutely tapped into a rage, both on the left and the right, against what the cronyism and incompetence in Washington. It is pervasive. And, there's an anger, a simmering anger, not just at the Democrats, but the Republicans, because they never do what they say they're going to do. They have these insider deals, and it goes on and on and on. And that's, when I was out in Jackson Hole last week, with these elitist
Harrison Ford
central bankers.
Yeah.
And what was striking to me is there were protesters on the left and the right, and they were saying the same thing. There's too much cronyism. There's too much power in Washington. It is not helping people at the bottom. And there's real room right now for Republicans to take on that message and say, how can you say you're for the working class? The working class got creamed under your policies. If you look at what's happened to average family income over the last 6 years, I just looked up these numbers yesterday. The average family since Obama stepped into the White House has lost $1,500 of income. I mean, this has not been a recovery that's helped the average family.
He is Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks as always for taking some time away from Harrison Ford and the Cheneys to join us. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. I did get my mortgage, so I do have a roof over my head. Thank God.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Take care.
See ya.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Fight Club for toddlers. Oh, yeah, it's going down. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine right now. It's warm. It's going to be hot out there. A high of 90 degrees, so drink plenty of water. Tonight, a shower or thunderstorm likely. And tomorrow, partly sunny, but we can't rule out a quick passing shower or thunderstorm. High of 87 degrees. Let's get the travel times and see how the outbound Stevenson's doing with an earlier crash. Here's Jim Talamonte.
That's no fun. Thanks, Amy. Delays are pretty heavy still from Damon to Central. It is an hour and 9 minutes from Lakeshore Drive to 355. Inbound, we're looking at 46 minutes. Slow Harlem to Kedzie. Edens, 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose rising, though. There's a crash just reported past Dempster. Outbound 31 minutes. Slow out to Lake Avenue. Kennedy, 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 41. The Ryan runs 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound Tri-State has scattered delays from 95th to 31st. It's not too bad. Then slow Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway really jammed from the Elgin Toll Plaza to Barrington Road. Heavy Elmhurst to Lee. Reagan Tollway, slow Randall to 59. And the Veterans Memorial slow most of the way from I-55 to Roosevelt and Army Trail to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summerman. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
Safer USA, Chicago's most trusted name in firearm training, is offering beginners classes, tactical pistol and rifle, long-range rifle to 600 yards, and the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. AM 560 On Target Radio co-hosts David Lombardo and Gretchen Fritz will prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection. A comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble and even how to deal with home invasions. Firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch are provided. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invites you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program that also qualifies you for Florida, Utah, and Arizona non-resident permits. Find out what over 6,000 students already know at saferusa.com. Or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA. Choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 66. That's the percentage of fourth graders in the state of Illinois who neither read nor do math at a fourth grade level. 2/3 of the children among the 2.1 million grammar school students in the state are falling behind before they get to fourth grade. Is this a state spending problem? State spending on K through 12 education has increased by more than 60% in real terms during the past 2 decades. Perhaps it's how the money is spent rather than how much of it is spent. And perhaps it's time to rethink how we do K through 12 education in the 21st century. Things like at what grade level we teach foreign languages, in what order do we teach science, and the length of the school day. This should sound an alarm for those in charge of funding and administering K through 12 education in Illinois to finally force real system change. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That website, upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so we're going to violate the first rule of Fight Club, Amy.
And the first rule of Fight Club is don't discuss Fight Club.
We're going to discuss it because this is a Fight Club of a different sort, not involving Tyler Durden. 2 New Jersey women face charges for staging a fight club among boys and girls at a daycare center for kids aged 4 to 6. Well, I mean, that's the only way they're going to. It's the only way they're going to toughen up.
Taking it to the nap mat, huh?
About a dozen children, boys and girls between the ages of 4 and 6, just fighting, throwing each other to the ground, hitting each other, said Union County Prosecutor Grace Park. We don't believe there were any serious injuries at this point.
Oh, my God, are you serious?
Prosecutors said the former workers staged the fights for pure pleasure. I mean, I can see how that would be fun.
Oh, my God. Little Jimmy, you go there and beat up Tommy. Now get him real good.
Jimmy, did you hear what Tommy said about your sister?
His dad is not bigger than your dad.
Right.
No meeting at the Bite Racks. We're going to meet at the Milk and Cookies table.
This is how you raised Peyton and Eli, right?
Yeah, right.
This is why they're tough young kids.
Okay, is there video
for
of this?
future meatloafs, this is the way they're doing it in New Jersey at a daycare center. So you may want to maybe check out your daycare center that you drop the kids off at to see what kind of philosophy they have about child rearing and oversight.
Light Bright Academy has a dark light showing on it today. I mean, that is just sickening. I mean, were they that bored and that perverted? They thought, let's just get these kiddies to fight. I mean, were they wrestling or were they punching each other? Because there's a little difference. My Eli and Manning, or Peyton and Eli, they like to wrestle sometimes. And get rough in the water and take each other down, but they don't throw punches. Is this a junior WWE in the making?
I don't think it was scripted or fake. It seems like it was real. Dolores Thomas, who works at another daycare center where some of the kids from Lightbridge go, the children come in and hug me, and I love them, and I would never think of doing anything bad to them ever. They're mine for all intents and purposes. They're all mine. And that's a little creepy.
Yeah.
A little hand that rocks the cradle going on there next door to this daycare center. What's going on with daycare centers in New Jersey? But again, no children physically harmed in the incident because they're tough kids and they built up scar tissue through all the fighting. So, they're ready to throw down.
But this Kenny, he's accused of recording them on her cell phone and sharing the video clips with friends on social media and Snapchat. Because Snapchat, we know because of Hillary, is very convenient because it disappears in 6 seconds. But these people this is disgusting.
Well, what happens when one of these 4 to 6 year olds grows up to be an Olympic boxing champion? Are you going to say it's disgusting then? Huh?
No, I'm not. I'll be cheering them on, but they had a rough start. Whew.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This summer was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
It's fantastic. My husband is loving the product. I'm so happy that I ordered it.
Yeah, I haven't got sick in a year, first time in my life.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Thanks to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of youths who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. Don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, MyPillow is washable, American made. It keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most, between your neck and back. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy, 800-489-0201.
Trust is the single most important factor in hiring a contractor. Dependable Construction and its founder, Joe Barron, built their business over 3 decades by being trustworthy. Tuck pointing, brick, and roofing is Joe's specialty. Joe started as a laborer and progressed to an expert tuck pointer and bricklayer. In addition to masonry and roofing, Joe and Dependable Construction have grown to become a full-service Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. For brick, masonry, and roofing on residential, commercial, or industrial projects to any other type of remodeling or construction, you'll deal directly with owner Joe Barron. Call Joe Barron at Dependable Construction, an AM 560 Feed the Children business benefactor. Mention AM 560 and receive a 10% discount on most jobs. Call 773-244-1091. That's 773-244-1091. Or visit tuckpointchicago.net. 773-244-1091.
At lifequotes.com, you can compare the rates of 50 top-rated life insurance companies in seconds. A healthy 40-year-old male can now apply for $500,000 of high-quality term life insurance for less than $22 per month. A $1 million policy can cost as little as $33 per month. Females pay even less. The LifeQuotes.com price comparison service is online, private, and convenient. And if your health history is less than perfect, our rater can handle up to 35 common illnesses such as elevated cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and more. We make it easy to search the market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. 300,000 people have saved money buying life insurance policies through lifequotes.com because they liked our direct style of doing business. Visit lifequotes.com today to see how much you could save.
Join us Sunday, September 13th from 11 to 3 p.m. at Bussey Woods Forest Preserve for the Northwest Suburban GOP Family Picnic, the 35th annual, $15 family. That includes food and drink, hamburgers, hot dogs, grilled corn, soda, water, beer. The whole family can come and access the petting zoo, pony rides.
For $15, I get free beer and food.
Well, it's not free by definition.
I mean, well, but $15.
All the beer you can drink.
Okay, we'll be there.
Face painting.
For sure. Are you going to do your own?
I'm going to do my Pagliacci, on my lonely room I cry. Police Canine Show and inflatable bounce castle, which I'll also access. That's September 13th, 2015, 11 to 3 p.m. at Bussey Woods in Elk Grove Village. Go to goppicnic.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, schools closed, a massive manhunt underway, and Fox Lake will get the very latest from Lieutenant Christopher Covelli.
And is today the day that the Illinois House signs the economic death warrant for Illinois? We'll ask State Rep Carol Sente, Democrat from Lincolnshire, at 8:38.
But first, we go into the newsroom once again and say hello to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Fox Lake area schools closed as that manhunt in Lake County continues. A suspect in custody following that brutal Willowbrook attack. Cubs win, Sox fall in Minnesota, and a hot day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. It's been 24 hours since a police officer known as G.I. Joe was gunned down in Illinois, and the manhunt for 3 suspects Lieutenant Glenowitz was chasing continues.
We're using numerous canine units that are trying to sniff out and grab a hold of a scent.
That's Sergeant Christopher Covelli. We go live now to Fox Lake and Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso.
The manhunt continues here in Fox Lake with multiple local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies searching for the 3 men, 2 white, 1 black, who police say gunned down Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz, a 30-year police veteran and married father of 4.
This particular officer is a pillar in our community and definitely going to be missed and just touched many lives.
She's one of many who've brought flowers here to the Fox Lake PD. Area schools are closed, and one retired former Fox Lake officer stopped us yesterday after the shooting, his eyes full of tears, asking us to please tell our listeners that police officers give a damn. I promised him I would. Dave?
Well, Jeff, a former cop in Austin, Texas, has been extradited back to the U.S. from Indonesia. Vontre Jamal Clark was handed over to the FBI and flown on a chartered plane. He's accused of killing his pregnant girlfriend in Texas in February, then leaving the country. The case against 6 police officers in Baltimore and the death of a black man in custody that sparked riots goes to court this hour. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland monitoring live.
A small group of demonstrators is outside the courthouse in Baltimore.
Tell the truth and stop the lies. Freddie Gray didn't have to die.
Where a judge will hold the first pretrial hearing in the case this morning. There's a large police presence, a precaution after riots rocked the city in April. The judge will consider a number of motions to dismiss the case against the officers, to remove the state's attorney from the case, and whether or not the 6 officers should be tried separately. Dave?
Rachel, there could be a rebound on Wall Street. The futures are surging, up more than 170 for the Dow ahead of the opening bell. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
74, sunny, hot, and sticky today. 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Hundreds of police officers, federal officials on the ground, in the air with canine units are still hunting for the killers of Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz. Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesman Sergeant Christopher Covelli says helicopters flew overnight and searchers continue to poke in and around marshy areas in Fox Lake for any sign of the suspect.
Glenowitz informed communications he was in a foot pursuit. His communications then lost contact with him. When our first responding backup units arrived, they located Lieutenant Glenowitz injured with a gunshot wound.
Fox Lake Mayor Donnie Schmidt says right now they're taking care of the Fox Lake community in 3 different ways.
To mourn the death of Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz. The second is to ensure the people of Fox Lake are safe. Finally, we continue to support the hardworking men and women out there today in this heat, doing everything that they can to find the individuals responsible for this very tragic incident.
Schools are closed. Grant High School District 124 and Fox Lake Grade School District 114 among them. A suspect in custody following a brutal attack and sexual assault on a woman in Willowbrook. Police say the person was brought into custody in South Bend, Indiana. A number of people who've died from Legionnaire's disease at a Quincy Veterans Home is now 7. 39 residents at that veterans home have become sickened with that rare and very dangerous form of pneumonia. Cubs over Cincinnati 5-4. Minnesota beat the White Sox 8-6. The news, a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day, the Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. FlyMKE.com. Learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, and from the Fox Business Network, here's Chris Honig.
From the Fox Business Network, futures up slightly following yesterday's 470-point drop in the Dow. China stocks clawed back after early losses. They were up midday, only slightly down, less than 0.5% at the close. The Chinese government now saying it will help bolster stocks after all. The IMF's managing director making statements designed to allay fears over China's economy. Oil prices falling 2% in Asian trading. The housing market continues to rebound. The Mortgage Bankers Association says home mortgages rose last week, both for purchases and refis. GM CEO Mary Barra has just opened a Facebook account posting about why it's important to hire people who aren't like you, saying GM is looking to hire risk takers. On Consumer Reports' list of the worst cars of the year, the Chrysler 200, Land Rover Discovery Sport, Lexus NOS, and the Kia Sedana. With the Fox Report, I'm Gary Baumgarten.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
On Wednesday, September 16th, the Republican presidential candidates are heading to Hollywood for their second debate, and AM 560 is rolling out the red carpet. Join us for big issues on the big screen, a debate watch party at the Hollywood Palm Cinema in Naperville. Watch the debate on the big screen. The best way to get tickets? Buy a ticket to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 and get a free ticket to big issues on the big screen. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Air Comfort, Americans for Prosperity, Command Capital, and by Best Dental Group of Bartlett.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Health Mart.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis and 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished, tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the very latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound delay started Old Orchard. There is a crash past Dempster in the right lane. Then it's slow again at Devon. 28 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. Kennedy runs 40 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound it's 35. The Eisenhower at 45 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 46. Stevenson inbound, it's 46 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive outbound. There was an earlier crash at Harlem. There's a tow truck there on the left side now. But still a mess starting at Damon. An hour and 9 minutes, Lakeshore Drive to 3:55. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow 95th to 87th. LaGrange Road in pockets to 31st. And then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, a bit of a southbound delay, 120 to 137. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed. The Elgin Toll to Barrington Road. Veterans Memorial really slow from I-55 most of the way to Roosevelt, Army Trail to Lake. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get the very latest on the hot weather. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Areas of fog for the morning, otherwise partly sunny and hot today with a high of 90. For tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a late night shower or thunderstorm around, a low of 70. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
74 at O'Hare. Next news 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Merlin 200,000-mile shops. Get a free brake inspection at your local Merlin shop this summer. Visit merlins.com for a coupon and locations.
Good morning. Welcome to You Need to Know to Start Your Day.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, we are back. And Amy, in advance of the CNN debate on September 16th, we'll have that viewing party in Naperville. That'll be
Yes, that's right.
We've got a couple of changes. One change is that Carly Fiorina is definitely going to be on the main stage.
Thank you, CNN.
Oh, the sound of two hands clapping. CNN changed the rules by which they're determining the 10 on the main stage, and so Carly is going to be in, subsequent to her surge after the last debate. And the other change going into that debate, Jeb Bush on offense against one Sideshow Donald released a web video yesterday recounting some of the curious things Trump has said over the years if you're a Republican primary voter.
I lived in New York City and Manhattan all my life, okay? So, my views are a little bit different than if I lived in Iowa.
Partial birth abortion.
I'm very pro-choice. I am pro-choice in every respect and as far as it goes.
As far as single payer, it works in Canada. It works incredibly well in Scotland.
But the fact is that 25% for high-income people, it should be raised substantially.
Who would you like representing the United States in a deal with Iran, with this regime there?
Well, I think Hillary would do a good job. Hillary Clinton, I think, is a terrific woman. I mean, I'm a little biased because I've known her for years.
Yeah, I know her very well. She's very talented. And
I live in New York. She lives in New York. And I've known her and her husband for years, and I really like them both a lot.
Do you identify more as a Democrat or a Republican?
Well, you'd be shocked if I said that in many cases I probably identify more as a Democrat.
Why are you a Republican?
I have no idea. I lived in New York City and Manhattan all my life, okay? So, my views are a little bit different than if I lived in Iowa.
And that spot doesn't even include Trump's support for the assault weapon ban previously, Trump's criticism of the awful anti-property rights Supreme Court decision in Kalo versus New London, that it didn't go far enough in terms of government taking people's private property for a higher, better economic use for another private party. That's Donald Trump. I know those statements were a long time ago, back when he was just a wee lad of 51 or 52 years old.
Just when he was forming his thought patterns, right?
Yes. So, but I know...
It was a youthful indiscretion.
Right, precisely. and look, I understand that some people, okay, well, that's past. I understand some people say, I still like the purpose Trump serves. But I just ask the question again, does any of this matter in terms of making a decision? Can I trust this guy? His independent judgment. Forget that he's, assume for the sake of Trump supporters' argument that there are no strings attached to Donald Trump. Do you trust his independent judgment? And here was Jeb Bush yesterday on Fox defending the ad.
Look, and the simple fact is our ad simply uses his own language, his own words to say that he is more a Democrat than a Republican, that he's for higher taxes rather than cutting taxes, that he believes in a single payer system, that he's not only pro-choice but believes in partial birth abortion. Those are his words, not mine. I didn't exaggerate a single thing.
And I don't really believe that Trump has had a true 11th hour conversion on these issues. I think he just sees a market opportunity and he's trying to seize it. 312-642-5600 is the Turnkey.pro answer line. And the other thing I would say, if the response from Trump supporters is going to be, I'm a rhino, Jeb Bush is a rhino. If it's just going to be to hate on Jeb Bush or hate on me, that's fine, but that is conceding the argument. Just so you know. I mean, if you can't respond on point to those things that you would criticize if it were any other candidate, in fact, Trump supporters do criticize of other candidates, legitimately so, when they've been on all sides or multiple sides of an issue or have changed their position for cynical, politically expedient reasons. Why is Trump exempt from that same analysis? It's a bit baffling to me.
Well, Donald Trump went on with CNN's Don Lemon last night and explained, because somebody asked him, why are you a Republican? And, you used to be a Democrat, you're a Republican now. And he said, everybody in New York is a Democrat. So think of where I live. That's the reason why I was affiliated with that party. But never really gave an answer as why he is a Republican, except for what you just said. He sees an opportunity. He couldn't run on the Democratic ticket. So what does he have to do? Convert to being a Republican so he could run on the GOP side.
Well, I'll tell you what, he could have run as a Democrat. He could have beaten Hillary Clinton.
But he can't because he's friends with her. Dan, she was at his wedding.
Yeah.
He pays for his friends.
I think his friends come and go depending on what his interests are at any given time. There's an interesting piece by Connor Friedersdorf in The Atlantic. Hillary 2016 has never made sense for Democrats. Why haven't more challengers entered the race to defeat the Iraq war hawk, Patriot Act supporter, and close friend of big finance? It's a great question. And you know what? The answer is an answer that the same answer on the Republican side here in the Senate race against Mark Kirk. The answer is that she crowded out the financiers. She has superior name ID and a big lead, and that crowds people out who could make a run. In addition, you have at the national level a very weak, thin Democrat Party in terms of talent, which has kind of been the story of the Illinois Republican Party here. So I see Hillary on the Democrat side very much like I see Mark Kirk for U.S. Senate in this state, kind of a default candidate that no one is enthusiastic about. And that's a dangerous position to be in if you're Hillary Clinton or if you're Mark Kirk.
And we're also learning this morning that Donald Trump had a close working relationship with Al Sharpton, and he gave him anywhere between $20,000 and $150,000 to Sharpton's charity, the National Youth Movement, because he became friends with Sharpton because he wanted people to go to his Atlantic City casino. So they became friends, and then he ended up donating money, and he wanted Don King to be a boxing announcer for one of his events. So Donald Trump does what he wants to do. He takes advantage of people for his own personal self-gain.
It's just business. If you whatever you do, if it's under the rubric, it's just business, that makes it morally okay. That makes it politically okay. I don't think so, but apparently some Trump supporters do. Jim in Barrington, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning.
Listen, Donald Trump deserves to be the president for one issue alone, and that is he says he will build that wall and address the most pressing need this country has, and that's to secure that border, stop illegal immigration. Any other of this spurious stuff that you guys are bringing up is wrong.
It's spurious?
And it's appalling.
It's spurious? It's false? What we're saying is not true.
It's not important.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different than being false. Thanks for the call, Jim. What's important is an eye of the beholder question. Truth and falsity, not. Jeb Bush, by the way, speaking of immigration, he's changed the angle of incidence of his rhetoric on the issue. He was asked yesterday about his act of love statement and whether or not he stands by it.
So do you stand by that act of love statement?
What I stand by is the fact that we need to secure our border, and I have a comprehensive plan to do just that. I've talked to the governors on the border. I was a border governor because we have lots of immigration coming from the South. I've talked to local law enforcement officers and people, and I have a plan to be able to secure the border. That's what we ought to be focusing on, not grandiose language, not mischaracterizing people's views. That little ad was just a complete mischaracterization of my thinking. It's almost as though Donald Trump is acting like a Washington politician. That's what they do. And
now for the Trumpian response, Sean from Elmwood Park.
What is going to save this country is the 50% of the people that never vote. What's going to save this country is not the Republican Party, as they have been given numerous opportunities, and yet they prostitute their powers. So what's going to save the country is a guy who can recognize failure, is a guy who understands what the pulse of what the people really want in the face of what he may really believe, right? When's the last time a politician did that? When's the last time a politician said, I think this way, but my people, the constituents, they want me to do it this way, so I'm going to go against what I want.
Really, Sean, let me ask you a question as someone who is speaks usually in foundational principles, first principles. Is that what we want from our elected leaders, them to be human weather vanes, to go wherever 50% plus one of the population is at any given time? Or do we want
Absolutely
judgment?
not.
Right,
Absolutely
we want judgment.
Not. Listen, I told you before, I could argue more intelligently against protectionism than anybody. And that's the real flaw of Donald Trump. But to hold somebody's beliefs as they grew up in a pay-to-play state. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think a cement contractor votes for? Do you think he's really a Democrat? Or do you think he votes in Illinois? Who does he vote for? He gives money to the Democrats. He cheers for the Democrats. He hosts fundraisers for the Democrats because it's a corrupt system. Are we children? So you give these scumbags the money so you can operate in business. So this is what this guy did. And Jeb Bush is a rat because he said, oh, he believes in partial birth abortion. He didn't say that. He asked him, what do you think? He said, I believe firmly in a woman's right to choose, which is what 90% of these illiterates who hide behind the word abortion want to hear. So that's what he gave them. I know abortion's wrong from the get-go. You know it, and so does every real person. But they pretend it isn't to get along with the moron next to them.
Thanks for the call, Sean. John in Waukegan.
I think before you build the wall, take down the bird feeder. If you're not a citizen, you do not get public assistance. There's a few places in this country it's already been done, and it works.
I tend to agree with that. Thanks for the call, John. Quickly, Mark in Des Plaines.
You know, I have to disagree with Sean this morning. What he's saying doesn't mean that we necessarily need a Trump. I mean, we might need, a Scott Walker, frankly. And whoever it is, we need somebody who does these things right, okay, and who isn't into the foundational conservative principles. I'm really, concerned about the nature of. I mean, I don't know who Donald Trump is. I know he's a Democrat, basically.
All right.
Basically a Democrat.
Thanks
but,
for the,
other than that.
Thanks for the call, Mark.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now. It is hot and sticky. We're going to hit a high of 90 degrees today. Then tonight, showers or thunderstorms in the area. And tomorrow, partly sunny, warm with a shower or thunderstorm likely, a high of 87. Let's get the travel times and see how that outbound Stevenson is doing. From that earlier crash, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. It's still jammed. Tow truck still there on the left side at Harlem. The delays are from Damon to Harlem, and it's still an hour and 9 minutes from Lakeshore Drive to 355. Inbound, a more routine 46 minutes. Edens, inbound past Dempster, crash moved to the right shoulder. 26 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. Kennedy, 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, now very heavy at 56 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, 37 from Manheim. Outbound 46 to Thorndale. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Richton Park, Governor's Highway is closed between Sauk Trail and Polk Avenue due to a crash. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Painting is personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting for me. And it's not too late to get on their painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for all that summer entertaining. Summer is a perfect time, to get that exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. Come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new home. With CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. CertaPro is the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. CertaPro brings expertise, security, and quality to you to ensure your complete satisfaction for a job you can count on and be proud of. Every estimate, every job, every home is unique. To them, it's not just a coat of paint. They have a color specialist on staff to make your home a personal expression of you. They move the furniture, they paint, they clean up, and when they finish painting, they move it back. It's that simple. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com. That's CertaPro with a C. Or call 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. CERTA with a C. CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right. I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you had questions about purchasing a home, you called me and I helped you. When you and your parents had questions about reverse mortgages, you called me and I helped you. When you needed help refinancing to lower your mortgage payments so you could afford the home after your spouse passed passed away, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me, david@pearldavid.com. That's David at PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA, NMLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so the manhunt continues for the responsible persons, those who murdered Lieutenant Joseph Glinowitz, Fox Lake police veteran known in Fox Lake as G.I. Joe. And we're now joined by someone who knew G.I. Joe. She is Grand Township Supervisor Kay Starstovic. Kay, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
That's okay.
So tell us about Lieutenant Glinowitz. You knew him personally.
Well, Joe was a very community man, was a wonderful officer, had a wonderful family. He was at every event in our town. He was very supportive of everybody. And yes, everybody did call him G.I. Joe. He was so spit and polish, and he just looked great every time you saw him. He was a great representative in our community.
He grew up in the area, went to Antioch High School, has been a Fox Lake police officer since 32 years now, but he also started this Explorers program. Can you tell us what he did for the youth in the community?
Oh, he was outstanding. That's going to be a hard hit for them. Those kids were involved, and they gave back to their community because of what he taught them, and was instructing them on how to become a police officer. In fact, I did hear one of the kids is already on the way to do that. He was just always there for everybody. The events that were held, the Explorers would park cars and help people, and one lady in our area said, I'll miss him so much because he always helped me in and out of my car whenever he saw me, and he was always there. Just a wonderful person.
I know we're only 24 hours from his tragic murder, but how are township, county, local officials, community leaders responding to this in addition to potentially participating however they may in the manhunt?
I really don't know that answer. I can't answer that question.
What I really love is people in your community last night stood out on Route 12 and held up signs, "We stand with blue," and "Police Lives Matter" sign. Are there any rallies planned today or gatherings for today?
I do believe there could be one down at Lakefront Park, but I'm not quite sure about that, and one by the police station, but you might want to check with them to be sure about the times, because I just heard about this morning on TV. Mm-hmm. Most of the information I am getting is what I'm getting off of the computer and TV, so I probably know what you guys know so far.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I talked to one law enforcement source in Lake County, and he suggested that there are still at this stage more unanswered questions than there are answered questions surrounding exactly what happened, as well as the individuals that are being sought in connection with his murder. So you're not hearing any particular scuttlebutt locally.
I'm not getting any calls from anybody or anything. Like I said, it's computer and TV that I've been tuned into to hear what everybody else is hearing.
Well, as Grant Township Supervisor, have police been at your door? I know that they were going door to door. They have checkpoints where they're checking inside cars. Have they been to your neighborhood yet?
Not really. and I'm in Hilldale Manor, which is on the corner of 12 and 134. But again, I have to say I'm not aware because I wasn't home all day. I was out. I was here, and I was in town. So, no, I don't really know if anybody was in there.
All right.
But I know that they had. It was wonderful, the brotherhood that was brought to our village, and I do feel that they will get them. So hopefully this will get over sooner, and everybody will never get over it, but maybe we can find some peace.
Yes, hopefully so.
And my prayers go out to the family.
All right, Grand Township Supervisor Kay Starstovic, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. I'm thrilled to tell you about our great selection and prices on stackables, bracelets, mother's rings, and of course our amazing choice of diamond and gold jewelry. Go ahead, Dennis. You're anxious to say something.
It's also gratifying when listeners come in and remember Reno, Donna, and of course yours truly from our Belmont Central store in the old neighborhood. I encourage listeners to bring us their diamonds and fine jewelry because we will buy them at fair prices.
Whether you're a previous customer or a new one, we have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
And no matter where you live in Chicagoland, we are easy to get to and worth the drive. DeVal Jewelers is just south of the Kennedy on Harlem in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200.
That's 708-867-8200, and our website is DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling.
And less sting.
I'm terrible with money. Apparently, a PhD in physics won't help me predict the trajectory of my own retirement. So I work with TIAA-CREF. You get quality, personalized advice no matter what your balance is. For me, they make investing as easy as Newtonian physics.
Advice for everyone. One more way TIAA-CREF is created to serve and built to perform. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA-CREF Individual and Institutional Services, LLC. This testimonial is an actor portrayal. Advice is subject to institutional plan rules. Investing involves risk. Individual results will vary.
It's Feldco's biggest sale. All windows, siding, and doors installed for free. That's right. All windows installed for free. All doors installed for free. All siding installed for free. Buy now and pay later with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year. It's Feldco's biggest sale. Hurry, Feldco's free installation ends Monday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
State Representative Carol Sente, a Democrat from Lincolnshire, joins us at 8:38. Will she be the one Democrat needed to cross the line and prevent a override of the governor's veto of legislation that would remove him from the collective bargaining process with the state's public sector union to the tune of about a $1.6 billion cost to Illinois taxpayers? We'll ask her.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Schools are closed in and around Fox Lake this morning as authorities continue to scour the area in search of 3 men accused in the killing of a veteran police officer. Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz was fatally shot early yesterday while chasing the suspects on foot. The FBI, U.S. Marshals, ATF, and over 100 police officers, all part of that overnight search. 3 astronauts are taking a taxi flight to the International Space Station this morning.
And liftoff for the 500th time from Gagarin's start, a rocket roaring into the air.
Astronauts from Russia, Denmark, and Kazakhstan lifting off. Will spend a couple of days traveling to the space station, pulling into port this Friday. Tight security expected in Baltimore come this morning as pretrial hearings begin for 6 police officers charged in the death of Freddie Gray. Protests are planned, and police have canceled all leave for officers in case peaceful demonstrations turn violent. Republican presidential candidate Carly Fiorina may get a chance to join CNN's upcoming debate. CNN will now invite the top 10 candidates from the average of polls taken after the first debate last month. The number of people who died of Legionnaire's disease at a Quincy Veterans Home is now 7. 39 other residents of the Illinois Veterans Home have become sickened with the severe form of pneumonia. And lovers of McDonald's breakfast, you get your wish. Fast food chain says it will start offering all-day breakfast nationwide beginning October 6. McDonald's had been testing that idea in San Diego and other limited markets since March, trying to improve slumping sales. Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati 5-4. Minnesota over the White Sox 8-6. The news is a service of Think It Up. 8:33 is our time. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes we haven't seen the last of Joe Biden.
Joe Biden huddling with Elizabeth Warren at his residence over the weekend unexpectedly. He summoned Elizabeth Chief Pocahontas Warren. I'm telling you, I've been saying it all along. Joe Biden's going to run. Get ready for a Biden-Warren ticket.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished, tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Good Neighbor Pharmacy.
8:34 is our time. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Richton Park, Governor's Highway is closed between Sauk Trail and Polk due to a crash. Eden's inbound, 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. Kennedy with delays starting at Harlem. 40 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. Mount Eisenhower, 56 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 46. Stevenson, 46 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound an hour after an earlier crash at Harlem. Clears up past Central now. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive at Hayes, crash to the two right lanes and the delays from the Stevenson to Jackson. Southbound slow Irving Park to Fullerton. Northbound Tri-State, slow Archer to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway delays from the Elgin Toll Plaza to around 59. Then it is slow. Toohey to Lee. Reagan Tollway stop and go 31 to Wiola. Veterans Memorial, Fountain to 75th. Crash on the left side. And lighter delays farther north. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Outside, still hazy and warm and humid this morning and piping hot this afternoon with a high near 90. Low of 70 with a thunderstorm possible overnight. 73 at O'Hare, 74 along the lakefront. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we're talking about the investigation into the murder of Fox Lake police officer G.I. Joe, as he was called locally. And we're now pleased to be joined by a detective for the Lake County Sheriff's Office. He is Detective Chris Covelli. Detective Covelli, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So what can you tell us about the investigation at this stage?
The investigation itself is being handled by the Lake County Major Crime Task Force. They're following up on leads and investigating it here on the ground. What I can tell you is last night, just after 10 o'clock, after an approximate 14-hour extensive search within a 2-square-mile perimeter, which involved approximately 400 police officers, over 45 K-9 units, and approximately 6 aircraft. It was that area was extensively searched repeatedly. The individuals we were looking for were not located within that perimeter, and that perimeter was released. So what we've done since then is the Lake County Sheriff's Office, along with the Illinois State Police, is assisting the Fox Lake Police Department by providing numerous MARC units to saturate the Fox Lake area, and it's really for two reasons. Number one, it's to look for the offenders and search for suspicious activity and investigate suspicious activity. In addition to that, it's to let the Fox Lake community and surrounding areas know that we're out here, we're out there protecting them and keeping a watchful eye. We want the community to start feeling safe again in this time of uneasiness.
Well, speaking of the community, I know several schools are closed today. Are you still warning residents to stay inside their homes, considering that these three people are armed and dangerous?
You know, it's the best policy at this point. You know, if they're able just to remain inside, keep the doors locked, and keep a watchful eye, report any suspicious activity by dialing 911, and report any leads they may have to the Fox Lake Police Department. Schools are closed. That was a decision made last night by the school districts in order to maintain the safety of school-age children.
What information, any new information you may have about the three suspects? I assume that they're not together anymore. You know, it probably would make sense to split up. What information do you have, and kind of what's the process of the manhunt for them?
You know, it's broadened. Obviously, it's they weren't contained within the perimeter, so the search area broadens, and that's why the police presence is beefed up in this area. And not only that, all the local county and state agencies in the area are aware of the situation, and they're also keeping a watchful eye on their communities. So,
Lieutenant Glenowitz didn't have a body camera on, but is there a possibility of a dashboard camera? I know he'd allegedly pulled over and got off to talk to these guys on foot.
I can't speak to that. That's all information that the Lake County Major Crime Task Force will be investigating.
Do you have any information about the three suspects other than their racial composition?
Nothing's changed since yesterday. We're still looking for two male whites and one male black.
Do you believe he was shot with his own gun?
I can't speak to that. Again, that's something that Lake County Major Crime Task Force is investigating.
But when backup officers did arrive, his weapon was gone, as well as his belt and pepper spray, correct?
That I don't know, and I cannot confirm that.
And so do we know anything about what access to transportation these three suspects may have had, whether they are on foot or they had access to a getaway car of some sort?
Definitely something that's still being investigated and looked into by the task force.
But Metro was shut down for a time yesterday in that area, correct?
I believe there was a time that the trains did stop coming through that area.
Are you working on any active tips? I mean, are people from the community maybe, because somebody knows who these three people are, and eventually someone's going to talk or someone's going to come forward. Are there people calling in that some tips that you're working on right now?
People have called in. I don't know the exact number, and tips are followed up on by the Major Crime Task Force. And, any reports of suspicious activity are being followed up on by Fox Lake Police and the Sheriff's Office.
So now, I know it's a state, local, federal joint effort here. Are you all in communication across the border with Wisconsin State Police and Wisconsin law enforcement in the event that they may have fled north?
All area law enforcement has been made aware of this, yes.
I know you folks are working very hard around the clock on this, trying to find these three suspects, but did you personally know Lieutenant Glenowitz?
I did not personally know him.
Okay, and how's
everybody? He's very well known in the law enforcement community and highly regarded.
Yep, and I know a lot of people in your community are out. If they're not out searching for them, do you think that is a good idea, or should they just stay inside their homes?
Searching? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Oh, there's some people in your community who've decided to go out and look for these three guys on their own.
No, we don't recommend that. We recommend if there's anything they see that's out of the ordinary, reporting it and allowing law enforcement to investigate.
What's the distribution of labor among the local, state, federal agencies? I know you said major crimes and the Sheriff's Office is doing the murder investigation. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
The Major Crime Task Force is conducting the death investigation. They're responsible for handling anything surrounding the investigation itself, and that's going to be a very extensive investigation they're involved in. The Sheriff's Office, like I had mentioned, the State Police, we are providing many extra units to this area to saturate the immediate area. You've also got all the local agencies in the area that, have beefed up patrols and are keeping a very watchful eye.
And then the federal role?
The federal role of the federal agencies, there were several out here yesterday. I can't speak to exactly what they're doing today.
And what about on the water? I mean, the chain of lakes there, Fox Lake, are you checking to see if they're, hidden in some boat somewhere?
All area agencies are involved in this. So the Lake County Sheriff's Office Marine Unit is very aware and, watching for any unusual activities as well.
All right. He is Detective Chris Covelli from the Lake County Sheriff's Department. Detective Covelli, thanks so much for joining us. Stay safe and good luck out there.
Thank you, sir.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Little haze out there, plus plenty of sunshine and humid conditions. A high today of 90 degrees. Tonight we have a shower or thunderstorm, and tomorrow we'll start off with partly sunny skies, then we'll have a passing shower or thunderstorm, high 87. Let's get the travel times, and hopefully the outbound Stevenson, the travel times have lightened up. Here's Jim Talamonte with the answer.
Thanks, Amy. It is getting better. First, there is a crash in Fox Lake. Nothing at this point appears out of the ordinary, but it is at 59 and 132, so careful throughout that area. And South Elgin, 31 is closed at Woodrow, south of 20 due to a gas leak. On that outbound Stevenson, the delays are heavy, but they're lightening up a bit. It's slow Damon to Central, looking at about 57 minutes. Lakeshore Drive to 355. So still very slow, but better than it was. Inbound 46 minutes. Now the Eisenhower is the worst inbound anyway. Delays start at North Avenue. An hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. 50 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 39 to Thorndale. Eden's 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 31. Kennedy 42 minutes. O'Hare to downtown and outbound 32. The Rhine is 30 minutes. 95th Loop. Tollways have their slow spots, but they're improving nicely. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Car owners, listen up. Go to ChicagoRadioDeals.com and they can help you spiff up your home and your auto. A full-service car wash package at Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village includes a wash, vacuum, windows, and dash wipe down. An $18 deal for only $10. Hey, give your home the clean it needs with an excellent deal from the Grout Medic of LaGrange. Grout Medic offers a shower touch-up that includes a steam clean of your shower tile and grout. Or choose a clean and color seal floor package for your kitchen or bathroom floor tile. Each deal is $110 and each have a $250 value. Shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 gift certificate for only $50. Addison Building Materials is a true value retailer. Hey, tackle your home improvement projects with quality items and huge savings from Mold Pro, Royal Air, Cedar Pro, and much more. Find them all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Safer USA, Chicago's most trusted name in firearm training, is offering beginners classes, tactical pistol and rifle, long-range rifle to 600 yards, and the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. AM 560 on-target radio co-hosts David Lombardo and Gretchen Fritz will prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection. A comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble and even how to deal with home invasions. Firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch are provided. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invites you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program that also qualifies you for Florida, Utah, and Arizona non-resident permits. Find out what over 6,000 students already know at saferusa.com. Or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA. Choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
For collectors of coins and currency, investors, or people who want to check out some fantastic history, make plans to attend the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show presented by the Illinois Numismatic Association. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. This is one of the largest shows in the country, with hundreds of dealers and displays valued at millions of dollars. If you're a serious collector, this is a show you can't miss. If you're an investor or just want to find out more about coins and currency, this show is a can't miss. Bring the friends and family and look at history right in front of you. Don't miss special events for kids on Saturday, seminars and events all all weekend long. The Illinois Numismatic Association presents the 56th Annual Coin and Currency Show, Thursday through Saturday, September 10th through 12th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Thursday and Friday, view items for a rare coin auction that starts Friday at 4 p.m. Get more information at ilnaclub.info.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So, Amy, big vote in the Illinois House today whether or not to override Governor Rauner's veto of Senate Bill 1229, which would remove the governor from the collective bargaining process with AFSCME if there was a impasse in negotiation, and install an arbitrator instead. That veto was overridden by the Senate, and now it moves to the House, where the conventional wisdom is Madigan has a one-seat supermajority, so he has a margin of one. If one Democrat flipped on him, then the governor's veto would not be overridden, and the three Democrats that are most likely to flip, if anyone's going to flip, Jack Franks from McHenry County, Scott Drury from Lake Forest, and our next guest, Carol Sente, also from Lake County. And in the interest of full disclosure, I run a super PAC as a private citizen that supported Carol Sente's opponent the last election cycle, Leslie Munger, our comptroller now. So I appreciate Representative Sente's intrepid disposition coming on the show. Representative Sente, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. So what's the vote from Carol Sente going to be today?
After much research, the vote today for me is going to be to support the override.
And why?
Well, from my own research and what I've heard from my constituents, and that was a little bit of a surprise. I wasn't sure what I was going to hear from my constituents, but they're pretty split on the issue, so there's not an overwhelming one way or another. What I do on issues that have become this large and complex is look at both sides, talk to both sides. I spoke with the governor. I talked to the individuals doing the negotiation. I talked to members on the union. I talked to my local individuals who do collective bargaining, this type of thing. And for me, I'm not overly fond of strikes on the union side or lockout on management side as tools for getting a better contract.
But you could do something about it.
Pardon?
You could do something about it, and you're choosing not to, to support the override. Why?
Because I want to keep people at the bargaining table to get a better contract, and I believe arbitration is a tool. It's a tool we use in the private sector. It's a tool we use anytime two people or two organizations don't agree. An independent third party helps to make that decision. This is something we use in the private and the public sector today.
Okay, so
it keeps people motivated to bargain.
So in that event, if an arbitrator was brought in, here's what AFSCME has proposed. Their proposal is about a $1.6 billion contract that includes individual employee wage increases from between 11.5% to 29% over 4 years. It also reduces the work week from 40 hours to 37.5 hours as it pertains to overtime pay. So if the arbitrator comes in, Rauner and AFSCME don't agree, the arbitrator comes in, the arbitrator could decide to take AFSCME's proposal in toto. That's $1.6 billion price tag. What cuts would you support to finance that?
Well, first of all, that's not exactly how it works. When I met with the negotiating team, they talked about 11.5% over 4 years. That is just under 3% per year. That's not that much different than people are getting increases, again, in the private sector.
Well,
reasonableness.
Well, private sector wage growth, just a point of order, private sector wage growth is pegged at 2.3% in the coming year.
In an average, in what industry? Again, you have to... I'm in the private sector. I'm the person who hires and gives wage increases to people. I negotiate contracts for the business that I used, the architectural firm I used to own. So I have never heard about the 29% So we're assuming that if there is an impasse, you're asking me what cuts I would support. And actually, there are lots of cuts I would support, but cuts to support that kind of an increase, I'm hoping will not happen.
Well, there are a lot of cuts you would support. We've got a budget that's $4 billion out of whack right now, in addition to the cost of this contract, whatever form it might take. So give us an example of substantial cuts that we're talking about billions and billions of dollars.
Right. You cannot cut. You can't cut $4 billion out of the budget.
Okay, so what tax increases would you support?
I haven't supported any increases.
Yeah, but you need the money to come from somewhere, Carol. So where is it going to come from?
Oh, absolutely. They would but you're suggesting that this is the outcome that will happen if this override passes. I'm respectfully disagreeing that will be the outcome.
Well, okay, but
I do not believe that will be the outcome. I believe that this will keep them at the bargaining table making decisions in the best interest. And if we went to arbitration, the Senate was able to do research for us over an 11-year time period that showed there was a slight advantage to management in actuality when this happens in the state. So you're asking me to answer a question that I don't believe this bill is going to produce.
So AFSCME has seen an 80%, state workers, 80% increase in real terms in their wages over the last 10 years. Under the proposed deal, right now, state employees in Illinois are the third highest compensated, adjusting for cost of living in the country. This would make them the first if the deal was taken in toto. But even if it's some facsimile of the deal, you're still talking about hundreds of millions and potentially $1 billion. So that combined with the $4 billion out of whack the current fiscal year budget is, what tax increases or cuts, an example, would you support to deal with paying for all of this?
I'm going to repeat, I don't think it's going to get to that point. I do not believe that is going to happen.
But you've just given them so much more power. How do you think this is going to end?
How have I given them power?
Well, wait a second.
Actually,
do you think
there's very clear rules in the Illinois Labor Relations Act that everyone has to follow. The governor's team has to follow. The unions have to follow. You can't just throw up your hands and declare an impasse.
Well, I understand
That's
that.
not how it works. You go back to the table. You're, again, making an assumption that I fundamentally do not agree with.
But Representative Sente, do you think the cost of this contract, whatever it looks like, is going to be zero?
Do I think the cost of this contract will be zero? No, I do not.
Okay, so $4 billion plus the cost of this contract, what tax increases or budget cuts would you support to deal with those kind of numbers?
So let's talk about the budget in general, which I really do wish that we could get back to working on much more diligently than we have, instead of these sideshows and these distractions that have become very politicized. And I think that takes everyone away from their game.
Well, this is a contract for 60,000 state workers. How is this a sideshow?
Have you read the paper this weekend?
What about it?
The paper.
The backstage ad of the Tribune. I believe that this has become, because of the governor calling out the unions. I don't think anyone disagrees that they feel that they would feel that the governor has a very healthy disdain for unions and feels that they need to be reined in and broken.
Well, he cut a deal with the Teamsters. He cut a deal with the Teamsters, and he got them to agree to a wage freeze and a 40-hour work week. So why is it good enough for the Teamsters, but not good enough for AFSCME?
Well, first of all, I'm suggesting that the governor has made this type of a point very clear, and so that has mobilized the union. That is part of why we are where we are today. If you're looking to someone who you believe is only an AFSCME supporter, we need not only go back to my first year in office, where I was sitting at a table with AFSCME on the other side of my bill, which said I don't want any governor to be able to negotiate terms in a collective bargaining agreement beyond the years of that governor's term. AFSCME did not see kindly to that bill. I don't want to be painted as someone who looks at issues and sides one way or another just because. I look at what I believe is best for Illinois. I look at the issues before me. There is a very specific language in how we negotiate and how we arbitrate, and I believe that taxpayers would be less well served if we allowed the unions to strike if they would not be able to reach an agreement, or the governor would have the lockout. I feel like there is in history that more successful contract negotiations with higher amounts of pay have come out of contract negotiations when we've allowed strikes than if we would have the tool of arbitration.
All right, Representative Sente.
Fundamentally, that is a better tool for Illinois.
Okay, Representative Sente, you get the last word. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I was the father of 3 children, a husband of a wonderful wife. On January 18th, 1989, I died. When I woke up, I was in heaven.
Experience the incredible true story based on the New York Times bestseller by Pastor Don Piper. This fall, Hope Lives.
You prayed? I'm here.
90 Minutes in Heaven. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters September 11th. Find a theater at 90minutesinheaventhemovie.com.
Wow, that was a hot mess. Whew, stammered her way through that one, huh?
To borrow Buckleyism, I'm going to have to drop an ashtray on the ground now to make sure gravity still exists.
Thanks for joining us. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. Here now is Mike Scott.
Outside, we have hazy, hot, and humid conditions. We'll check that weather forecast that may include a thunderstorm in your future. Fox Lake area schools closed as the manhunt in that county continues. Cubs win, Sox fall in Minnesota. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. 3 cop killers are still on the loose north of Chicago as police use helicopters and dogs to hunt them down around Fox Lake, Illinois, where Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso is live.
Dave, the search for the 3 murder suspects centered over a 2-square-mile radius here near where Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz was gunned down yesterday. But that perimeter, after an exhaustive search, has been lifted.
Fox Lake Police Department has numerous units in their area. The Lake County Sheriff's Office and the Illinois State Police are providing saturation patrols in the Fox Lake area.
Lake County Sheriff Sergeant Christopher Covelli, hundreds of officers remain, continuing to check for suspicious activity. Area schools are also closed today. Dave.
Jeff, in Baltimore,
tell the truth and stop.
A small group of protesters gather outside the first hearing for the 6 police officers charged in the death of a black man in custody.
Their attorneys have filed a handful of motions. First off, they want this entire case against these officers thrown out because they say of the prosecutorial misconduct, what they're calling it, of the state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, and some of the things she has said about this case. They also, if they can't get that, want her removed from trying this case.
Fox's Rich Edson outside the courthouse. There's a bounce back this morning on Wall Street. Fox Business Network's Adam Shapiro live at the New York Stock Exchange.
Hey, Dave, we've recovered about a third of the losses from yesterday's sell-off on the Dow. It's up 185 points. S&P 500's up 18 points. NASDAQ is up 50 points. Some of the winners on the Dow right now, Apple is the big winner, up more than 2%. Intel is up more than 2%. But let's talk about McDonald's. They're up almost 2% after announcing you can get breakfast anytime you want at any McDonald's starting October 6th. Dave?
Adam, thank you. Legionnaire's disease has now killed 7 people at a veteran's home in Illinois. More than 30 others are sick. The source of the bacteria is still undetermined. A Legionnaire's outbreak in New York City over the summer killed 12. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly sunny, 75 degrees, 9:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Schools are closed, and around Fox Lake this morning, authorities are continuing to scour the area in search of 3 men accused in the killing of a veteran police officer. Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz was fatally shot yesterday while chasing suspects on foot. FBI, U.S. Marshals, ATF, and over 400 officers were part of that search. Authorities say the 30-year veteran was married with 4 children, a 32-year veteran of that force. Lake County Sheriff spokesman Detective Sergeant Chris Covelli joined Dan and Amy this morning and says the search perimeter is now widening.
It's broadened. Obviously, they weren't contained within the perimeter, so the search area broadens, and that's why the police presence is beefed up in this area. And not only that, all the local county and state agencies in the area are aware of the situation, and they're also keeping a watchful eye on their communities.
Officials say the schools closed include Grant High School, District 124, and Fox Lake Grade School, District 114. The number of people who have died of Legionnaire's disease at a Quincy Veterans Home is now 7. 39 others at the Illinois Veterans Home in Quincy have become sickened with the severe form of pneumonia. 6 people are in federal custody in the Texas Panhandle after the cabin crew and passengers of a Southwest Airlines flight said they behaved in an aggressive and hostile manner. Passengers and flight attendants say they were loud and threatening. They asked the crew of the San Diego to Chicago flight to make an unscheduled landing in Amarillo, Texas. A federal criminal complaint says the 6 are all jailed without bond in the Randall County Jail, pending a federal detention hearing later today. Cubs over Cincinnati, 5-4. Minnesota over the White Sox, 8-6. The news is service of the American Association for Cancer Research. The American Association for Cancer Research, the world's first and largest organization dedicated to finding cures through research. Please support cancer research by donating today. AACRFoundation.org. Check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Your audiovisual experience is one that's supposed to be enjoyable. If your home or office lacks the big-time performance you really need, it's time to be shocked with options from Sound Design. Sound Design has the technical background to build it all. They know the value of seeing a project through to the end, and Sound Design will stick with you until you're satisfied, even post-job. Home theaters, office video, and sound design. Sure, you can go order equipment from a big box store, but then what? Yikes. Sound Design knows they set the industry standard. This is a company that will take a potential new customer to a current customer space to show off their handiwork. That's why people rave about audio and visual solutions from Sound Design. Be sure to get a demo.
I got like a little beach right across the street that's actually pretty nice.
What's that one called?
Ohio Street.
That's Ohio, okay. How long is your pool open? Till it gets cold?
Yeah, October probably.
Can we swim there someday?
Sure.
After school? Or
yeah, it's fine.
There's no pools for us to swim in now.
You
you know how I like pools.
You can swim in the pond. There's a pond right behind the pool. The pool's for the kids.
Oh, yeah, I'll be.
Mom,
what are you doing?
Mom! The ducks.
Mom! All right. Okay, what should we tease? Manhunt? No, because they could be caught.
Right.
I just have a feeling that this is going to go on for a long time. Don't you?
Could. I
don't catch them. Hey, Hearn just said if we don't catch them in the next 48 hours after the incident, it could be
weeks.
And then they could turn on each other, and he's like, "This is just going to turn into a mess."
Right. They start finding bodies along the way.
Mm-hmm. So, I just don't think this is going to end well. What else could we tease? They vote today, right? But we know. Is there any hope that Franks could change his mind?
I can't.
So you need one of those 3.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen.
She was so pathetic. That was, and people voted her in over Leslie Munger. How does that happen?
I know. That should be of course. That should be broadcast. Like they should Blues Brothers and broadcast that from a bullhorn in her district.